which will be led this morning by Rob Bailey with the Southside Community Church. Good morning, Pastor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Let's pray. Our Father and our God, we thank you for the privilege of living in this beautiful city, and we thank you for these men and women who have stepped up to lead us, and not just lead us, but to support the community. So we pray for great wisdom today as they face decisions that affect many people, and ask for great wisdom as they lead us. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you so much. If you continue to stand. At this time, we will be led in the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag of the United States of America, and also we'll be honoring our Texas flag. And just a little bit of background. This morning we're very pleased because we have the Clara Driscoll chapter who will be leading us in the Daughters of the Republic of Texas. This organization was founded in 1891, and when the pledge is over, I'd like to tell you a little bit more about this organization. Thank you so much.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. On the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. Good morning, Miss Eisenhower. And were you Miss Nixon? Yes. Good morning, Miss Nixon. Barbara Canales. And joining you today was another Barbara, Barbara Barber. Good morning. The Daughters of the Republic of Texas, also known by the acronym DRT, founded in 1891, is a lineal organization whose mission is to educate, research, preserve, and protect the history of the Republic of Texas for all future generations. For your information, a woman is eligible for the Daughters of the Republic of Texas if she is a proven lineal descendant of a man or woman who rendered loyal service for Texas prior to it being annexed to the United States on February 19, 1846. The Clara Driscoll chapter was formed here in Corpus Christi and chartered in 1932. The chapter is named after its organizing president, Clara Driscoll, and meets monthly at Driscoll Children's Hospital. And we are so glad that you joined us here today. And one of my parents' proudest days is in high school, the Daughters of the Republic of Texas and the Daughters of the American Revolution give out a scholarship and an award, and I won that award when I was a senior in high school. And my grandmother was just beyond herself. And so for me, the Daughters have always had a very special place because she helped me get to college. So thank you, and thank you for being here and for preserving our history. And somewhere you'll leave us some flyers about March 2nd's Texas Independence. No? That's okay. You can send it to our office, and we'll make sure that we get that information out to not only our county employees, but our citizens. And at this time, I am officially, Madam Clerk, calling us, certifying that we have a quorum. As I see to my left and to right, everybody's here. The time is 9:07. We actually started at 9:02, and we are at the third floor county courthouse, as you know, and it is February the 12th. At this time, do I have a motion to approve the minutes that are before you in your agenda, D? And do I have a second? We got it? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Okay, the minutes have been approved. Moving on to E, we have some wonderful, oh, look, you're on our calendar here. That's why I had it handy. Tyner, if you'd start us off.
Yeah, Judge, first of all, I would ask that you table E1 to March 13th because
Yes, sir.
Oscar Martinez could not be here.
Move to table E1 to March 13th.
Second.
All signify by any discussion? All signify by saying aye, if you agree. Aye. And opposed, same sign. Okay, thank you. So now, Tyner, tell us about Texas Independence Day.
Yeah, these ladies may want to come stand with me as I read
I bet
this.
they do.
As I read this resolution. And I'll begin. Whereas 183 years ago, on this day, desperate citizens residing in what is today the state of Texas met at Washington on the Brazos to express grievances against the tyrant Santa Anna. Whereas the government no longer functioned in the provisions set forth in Mexico's Constitution of 1824, and the tyranny of Santa Anna could no longer be endured. Whereas George Campbell Childress authored the Texas Declaration of Independence, declaring independence from Mexico and creating the Republic of Texas, forever changing the course of history. Whereas the citizens of Nueces County joined Texans throughout the state in observance of this revered date in history. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Nueces County Commissioners Court that the second day of March 2019 is Texas Independence Day in Nueces County, Texas.
How great is that? Would you all like to say anything from the Daughters? Republic of Texas.
Well, first off, I want to say how honored and flattered we were to ask to lead the pledges of allegiance this morning. And we invite all of you to join us at Old Bayview Cemetery at 1:30 when the Clara Driscoll chapter, the Daughters of the Republic of Texas, and the Nueces County Historical Commission and Society will present the 33rd Annual Toast to Texas at 1:30 in the afternoon.
Commissioners, I hope you'll join me. I think that's going to be great. And I don't see him, but my eyes are not the greatest. Juan Pimentel, I want to acknowledge him for helping us, commissioners, get that historical marker installed timely. And I received that email yesterday afternoon, and I flipped it to Anita last night, and I think there was a nice hooray. So we're going to it's just good to know these things don't just happen magically. I mean, and there's just a lot of work involved in writing the historical document, getting the marker, and of course, all the way to installation. So let us celebrate with you on the 23rd. Thank you. Thank you.
A picture?
Yeah, we still let's do a motion first. And then a second for that resolution. And all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. It's such an important event, and would you like to take a picture to commemorate the moment?
Yes, perfect.
Ladies, if you would. Young ladies.
I like young. Good morning. How are you?
Another Barbara. It's nice.
Everybody getting ready? Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's do one more camera.
Thank you.
Good to see you. Yes, I'm doing great. I'm not gonna let anybody step on me.
Understand, that's a good thing. I'll get out of your way. Thank you, ma'am.
We're going to get the chairs too. Thanks, Brent. Okay.
Yes.
Tyner, excuse me for the interruption, but I see that we have two more resolutions. I just want to prepare the table that I'm going to take a moment of privilege and recognize that we have Judge McCoy here, and in the interest of his time and the important work that he does, Judge, I'm going to let you, as soon as we finish these two resolutions, we'd like to move you up, if that's all right with you. But just to prepare you and get the team here ready, that we're going to go to grants out of order, okay, after the two resolutions. Okay, please continue.
Judge, I have some folks here from the Port of Corpus Christi that want to come stand with me on this item. And Timothy. Let's see him in the back.
Yes.
Maybe even Regina, too.
Yes, Timothy, come on up. Welcome, everyone. Hi, Donna. Miss you guys over there.
I'm going to go ahead and begin, Judge. This is a Public Risk Management Awareness Day, March 1. Like most other public entities, the Port of Corpus Christi Authority has a risk manager and other risk management professionals on staff. By their very nature, cities, counties, special districts, school districts, port authorities, and governmental entities have a unique set of inherent risks. Public risk management professionals implement risk management frameworks to reduce, transfer, and mitigate those risks, which would otherwise jeopardize financial stability and increase liability. Whereas the Port of Corpus Christi Authority is the first port authority or other Texas governmental entity to recognize and bring awareness to public risk management by celebrating the inaugural Public Risk Management Awareness Day. Whereas Public Risk Management Awareness Day will bring a heightened level of understanding and education throughout communities by giving public risk management a platform to create special activities, proclamations, and publications commemorating public risk management professionals. Now therefore be it resolved that the Nueces County Commissioners Court hereby proclaims March 1st as Public Risk Management Awareness Day in Nueces County, and in so doing, the court calls upon other public entities in Nueces County to observe this day with appropriate programs and activities.
Thank you. Does anybody want to take the lead?
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. We appreciate the resolution today, certainly. We also have plans to visit the City of Corpus Christi later this month, as well as, of course, a resolution at the Port of Corpus Christi. This may not seem like a big deal, but in the realm of governmental risk management, there are lots of folks across the state and across the nation, indeed, that are risk managers and risk management professionals. This day has been codified by the National Day Archives as well. We have a resolution submitted through Representative Herrera's office to get this resolution passed in the legislation. So we're very, very excited about this. The Texas Public Risk Management Association, which I'm the immediate past president, and actually Gilbert Sanchez with the City of Corpus Christi is also a past president of that association, as well as the National Public Risk Management Association is marketing this day on their websites and in their social media campaigns and newsletters and such. And so it's very much of an honor, and we appreciate the resolution today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And Tyner, I know he's going to be just really humble, but I have to say one of the best parts of my day yesterday when I started getting down from 500 emails down to about 100, and then I saw that great email, Timothy, that you and your department have earned with regards to workman's comp. And do you want to share a little bit about that great safety award? I mean, we're just really proud. I mean, that's the kind of thing that saves not only, every risk management for everybody who's out there. That when Donna said it's not maybe a big deal, it's a very big deal because it means dollars. And when we can save lives, of course, it's wonderful, and that's part of risk management as well and safety. But it's the insurance and all of the things that you guys do to mitigate for us at any governmental entity. And I just was really proud to read that. So share it with everybody because I don't have it in front of me, the actual award.
Yes, ma'am. I'll let Regina explain this. This was her brainchild. All I did was just implement it and do what I needed to do to push it along. But it's a department-wide effort. So,
Yes,
Regina, I'll let her explain
Regina,
real quickly.
congratulations.
Well, first of all, safety has just been my passion anyway. My whole goal is for people to go home just like they came. I don't like to see anybody get hurt, so I've worked, the thing that I like to do, that's what I focus on, is how can we keep people safe. He makes fun of me because I look at numbers, I like to crunch numbers, and so what I always do is I'll look and see where our weaknesses are, and then I go to Timothy, and he and I together will come up with, what can we do next. So one of the things, we have a loss control committee, and what that is people in the different departments, there will be a safety leader in each department. So our goal is to train them, talk to them, we brainstorm with them, that's one of the things that we like to do, and to find out where their weaknesses are, what are some of the things that they see, could be improved. So what we did is we implemented, there's a safety jackpot, And that was just to encourage the loss control committee members, because, I mean, they're putting in a whole lot of time and really not getting, there's no extra incentive. So they're doing this, most of them, because it is their passion as well. But in order to have a reward, we implemented the safety jackpot. So what this is for all of the different things, general safety inspection, so that's within your department. They go through and make inspections and see if there's anything that needs to be, taken care of, whether it's cords on the floor, housekeeping, whatever it is. They, and they'll, send it to us. If there's a problem that they can't take care of, then Timothy will take care of it. So I send that to Timothy, and he goes and he makes sure. So between that, there's the meetings, they do safety meetings within the department, and there's a list of other things that they
Yes, ma'am.
accomplish also. So anyway, they receive a card for that, and it's a scratch-off card where they get points, and they can accumulate these points for free items, and they eventually, if they accumulate a certain amount, then they get put in a drawing for trips and eventually $1 million.
Yes, ma'am. Needless to say, this program that we initiated with the county, ma'am, we had to provide quantitative data to TAC for this. In addition to this, they only give this one award to one county in the state of Texas, and just Nueces County.
I know it. I'm just,
All right.
like I said, I'm over the moon about it, and I just wanted everyone to hear about it. Thank you. Happy that it's on my watch, but I know I'm not responsible. I know it's you all, and also I want to share with you that the commissioners have shared with me how important safety is, and I know Commissioner Vaughn has some good ideas about even creating less exposure for our courthouse, so I know that we're going to be talking very soon, but thank you for making safety first, and awards are great, but saving lives and keeping the bottom line important is better. Yes, sir. Of course they can, of course. Of course. And when are we going to get that award? It's something you're going to attend, right? It's an event, Timothy?
I think we're actually going to bring TAC here.
Okay, well, let's make a big deal about that when that happens, since we're the only one. How do we look here? Sorry, Jack.
Okay, everybody ready? 1, 2, 3, go. 2, 1, 2, 3, go. And one more phone, please. Oh, I'm sorry.
Snooze, you lose, Tony.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, go. And 1, 2, 3, go. Okay.
It does. That's great. Thank you all. Thank you so much. As you walk away, I'll remind you that I learned at the port, we had a safety briefing at every meeting. That's something that I'd like to institute here, Timothy, is a safety briefing to find out who's CPR certified. So when someone, has an emergency, we know exactly where to go and where to muster if there's something happening. So those are little things that you taught me, Donna, and I think that that's what it's all about, is instituting those good policies here. So, Tyner, our last one this morning is, that's right, we have not voted on the resolution. Thank you, Kara. Got a motion, and do I hear a second? Second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, great. Tyner, bring us home on that one.
In the way of a little background on this, this hit the Senate last Wednesday. And so on Tuesday, since there was not a court meeting before the Senate was going to consider this bill that has a 2.5%, essentially a revenue cap, or that it forces you into referendum, a tax cap, the judge and the mayor did do a joint letter, and we got that out to the Senate. This is our court's first opportunity to do a resolution in opposition of a bill like this, Senate Bill 2 and House Bill 2, and I'll go ahead and read it, and we'll get something on record. Whereas the Texas Legislature has previously considered and rejected proposals for additional revenue caps on counties, whereas providing a sufficient level of state funding for public schools will provide significant property tax relief for Texas homeowners and will reverse a decade-long trend of declining state investment, whereas a revenue cap will not provide property tax relief but will tie the hands of county officials, and it will limit our ability to provide essential services to address the needs and emergencies of our citizens. Whereas county government is already forced to meet the demands of underfunded and unfunded state mandates, such as indigent health care and indigent defense, whereas state-imposed revenue caps will restrict essential services like local law enforcement, economic development, and transportation improvements. Whereas preserving local decision-making equips Texans and our local governmental officials with the ability to address the unique priorities of our communities. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Nueces County Commissioners Court does hereby express its opposition to Senate Bill 2 and House Bill 2 of the 86th regular session and their efforts to limit local decision-making, and does hereby oppose any attempts to impose additional revenue caps upon Texas counties. And the Commissioners Court of Nueces County expresses its deep appreciation to all legislators who oppose this unsound measure.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion for Commissioner Modas, second by Gonzalez. Is there any discussion on this incredibly important matter? I don't mean to gloss over it. It's just that,
Judge,
yeah, do you want to make some comments? Or Commissioner?
Yeah, I've had the opportunity to be in Austin as a city councilman and a school board member and now as commissioner. And I can tell you really, when you talk to anyone up there, it's not about not offering solutions. In fact, if you have a chance to be a part of the Texas Association of County listserv, yesterday, Chairman Betancourt and the Speaker and the Governor and Lieutenant Governor had said, well, don't just oppose anything, come out with some ideas. And so TAC came out with some responses, and I'm not going to go through all of them, but there's 7 responses that the Texas Association of County gave. So this is not about wanting to increase anyone's taxes. This is not about having a bigger bubble or ability to do that. I think everyone would agree we need to have a sense of what our limits should be as local government. But the thing is we're local control. And anytime you hear Austin complaining about Washington, D.C., they're doing the same thing to us here locally, and we're the ones that feel the pinch. They're putting the burden on the taxpayer, the local taxpayer. They're not taking the responsibility of the state. And I was looking over on Twitter yesterday, and I saw this tweet that shared a proposal that was filed in Austin and had been passed. It was during the 50th legislative session, so we're several away from that. But back then, they covered 75% of the school cost. This issue is about finding a solution to public education finance reform. That's how we're going to find resolution and the ability to manage our taxes better, is when the state legislature finances public education at the rate that they have in the past, at the rate that they should. Right now, only 38% of public education is based on that, and that carries over to people in the city, that carries over to people in the county. So if you ever wonder or worry or perplexed why we go through a budget cycle that where there's maybe a discussion as far as does a tax rate increase need to happen, that's the issue why. So I wanted to share that. If you have the opportunity to look up those 7 points from the Texas Association of County, but I just want to leave it with this. Public education finance reform is property tax relief. And so if you want property tax relief locally, then encourage those leaders in Austin to make sure to pass public education finance reform today during this session. No lip service, no talking about giving teachers or anything else what they've been deserving all these different years. They deserve to bring us true relief, and that's the only way that this is going to happen. And Judge, I appreciate the letter that you and the mayor of Corpus Christi put together to send to Chairman Betancourt last week, recognizing our opposition to Senate Bill 2 and House Bill 2. There are other proposals that have been presented there in Austin, and so I think they're much more manageable and give us the ability to be able to be responsible to our local taxpayers. But when we have unfunded mandates that are put down at the counties, when you have indigent health care, when you have cost of CPS courts, as we're going to hear from the judge and Judge McCoy in a little bit, these issues add up. And so when the state of Texas is not doing their fair share and they're putting the burden on us, then we're the ones having to pay the bill, when really it's the state of Texas that should be anteing up on a bigger chunk of this. So I feel very passionate about this, and so please go ahead and contact those in Austin. You can contact us. We're going to be responsible for that issue later this year during the budget cycle. But the only way we can get true relief is when public education is truly financed at the level that they have been in the past, and unfortunately that role has been diminished by the state. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Commissioner Chesney.
Thank you, Judge. Judge and Commissioners, I appreciate that we're doing this. I too appreciate the letter that the mayor and the county judge sent. This is, I've looked at this many, many times, and, I am the last person that wants to ever raise taxes. This court, in my opinion, is one of the most fiscally conservative courts, maybe anywhere, or bodies anywhere. I've served on many city councils where I couldn't even get people to look at cuts in Corpus Christi, and this commissioner's court does that. And we fought over 2/100 of a penny, to get where we needed to try to get, and still couldn't get there, unanimously. But that's where it should be. The fight should be here. The fight should be local. And it's a great concept, and everybody, thinks tax caps. I get it. I hate that we continue to raise taxes. If you don't like who's raising your taxes, or if you don't like how they're managing your money, you get to go vote them out of office if you want to. You get to do something different about it. So it's an easy concept to go up there and throw this tax cap out there. But the reality is, as Commissioner Mata so adequately put it, or so articulately put it, it's real easy to go up and say, we're going to cut your taxes like the legislature does, but then they throw all these unfunded mandates down on us, and we have to pay for it, but then they want to tax cap us. So maybe one of the ideas should be, okay, good, if you want to tax cap us, great, then truly quit sending the unfunded mandates down. If the legislature will quit pushing more down to us, then it would be a lot easier for anybody to bite into these tax caps. But because they won't, and because they continue to do so, it makes it very difficult. And there are times when a 2.5% tax cap, which sounds great, is just not going to work if you have a hurricane like we had, or if you have some situations of emergency situations. I'm going to continue to oppose tax increases everywhere and every time I can, but I think it ought to be a local level issue. So, I support the resolution. I think that's a very good comment, though, when Betancourt said, let's provide some solutions. And I hope TAC will do that, and I haven't read those 7 points. I appreciate that because, that's exactly right. And maybe we as a court should not only send them our resolution, but we should attach the 7 points that TAC has on there to is Senator Betancourt? I apologize. I don't know. To Senator Betancourt saying, look, if we do, we also, not only are we saying no, as they've said, that's a very reasonable deal. You can't just come in and say no. You got to come up with some solutions. Maybe those 7 solutions are good. Maybe we don't like all of them. Maybe we like some of them, but maybe that ought to be part of our resolution. I haven't seen that. I'm not saying to stop the resolution today. I'm saying maybe we ought to amend that and say, not only are we saying no, but here are the solutions that we're also advocating for. Might be a good way of doing it, because there's got to be some ground here that because these legislators, they are local. There are local legislators. They just sit in Austin. But I'll tell you, it's on a fast train and it's on a fast track. And in the past, it was really, Speaker Strauss who
Derailed.
was the reasonable guy in the room a lot of times, and Speaker Strauss isn't there anymore. And I'm not saying Speaker Bonin isn't a reasonable guy. He is, but they've all 3 now signed off on this, and if they've all 3 signed off on this, that's a pretty powerful statement that the train is running, it's on the track, and it's moving down the track fast. So, again, I get it. I like the concept of figuring out how to cap things in general terms, but not when you're popping us all the time and making us pay for more and more. So maybe that's the solution. Okay, seriously, we'll agree to your tax cap if you'll just truly stop sending all these unfunded mandates down to us and making us pay for things that we can't pay for now within the budget that we have, much less if you're going to keep popping us with it. So I get it. In general terms, I'm not opposed to a concept of a tax cap if we just weren't getting hammered all the time with the unfunded mandates. So it's a real tough issue because I wish there were ways to cap taxes, and I think there could be ways to cap taxes if you didn't keep killing us with unfunded mandates. So I think this is an important deal. I think it's great that TAC is coming up with some solutions. Maybe we can come up with some. We're a smart group of people, or maybe we just, like I said 3 times, maybe we just, I don't mean to keep repeating myself, but maybe we just add those on to our resolution and say, here's some suggestions instead of just nailing us. Give us a little help.
I think the good thing about this is Senator Hinojosa, last week when John and I were there, spoke on the top of his list as priorities. He mentioned that unfunded mandates, and also was going to push more on unfunded mandates and also on the caps. He wasn't very happy with the caps, but I think we need to really push not only TAG but urban counties. I think this is where we bring everybody in, the whole village, not just TAG, but urban counties and anybody else we can to muster in and say, hey, we need to, this is a team effort here that we need to let them know that we're not behind this. And Commissioner, I'm glad you said that if you don't like them, you can vote them out. And I think that's one of the things we need to look at down the road. If you're there for us, fine. If you're not, then I guess we have to find somebody else. So, but it's true. We can't take any more unfunded mandates.
Tanner, could you provide us the list of those, and maybe John has them, or the 7 things that we
I think they were just emailed yesterday. Is that correct?
Yesterday afternoon.
They were, and I think they were attached to the listserv as well from Jim Allison, but let's provide that, and I'm completely.
I'll get them out again.
Did you email it to me?
No, they were emailed by.
By TAC.
Okay.
By TAC. But I think you raise a good point. Let's let everyone have a chance to digest the 7 if we can stand as a commission, in favor of adopting those as well and sending as a supplement to our resolution. I would be happy to entertain that. Just need everyone to have a chance to read them and take a look at them. So at this time, and I'm glad, just for the record, and I think you've already alluded to, you had a nice conversation with Senator Hinojosa. For our constituents watching and for those in the audience, Senator Hinojosa is one of the members of the Property Tax Senate Committee. So you have not only a local senator representing you well and standing strong with our position here in Nueces County, but also he's actually a member of the committee. So if you wish to seek him out and share your views, he is a good one to do so with. Okay, at this time, I'd like a motion to pass this resolution. So moved by Commissioner Vaughn. We already did that? We're good? So we can vote. All right, all in favor signify by saying aye. Sorry, I didn't read lips very well, did I? Signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Okay. I will be in Austin tomorrow, tonight and tomorrow, and I would like to take a copy of this with me to pass to our legislative delegation. Okay. Judge, we apologize for that delay, but as you know, that last one helps you specifically, not you personally, but those people that you see every day with all of the particular fees that are charged in order to do the business of County Court at Law Number 5. It really does burden this county and this court, and so we'd love to have some relief on that. But would you join us and let me move to the granting part, which would be page 5 of 6, Commissioners. Good morning, Maria. Are you going to take the lead?
No, I'm going to let Judge McQuaid.
Okay.
But it is agenda item 4B3 that we're going to be discussing. So this will be the adoption of a resolution authorizing the submission of an application to the Governor's Office Criminal Justice Division for the Nueces County Family Drug Court Program. Recently, the Advisory Committee for CASA received a grant from the Christus Fund to fund a court coordinator, I guess, position for the family drug court that's run out of County Court at Law Number 5. I honestly, it's been an enlightening experience, and I'm glad CASA had reached out to us because I was unaware that we had even had a family drug court in County Court at Law Number 5. So it's exciting.
Shame on you.
Yes.
Shame on you.
Yes, so we're excited to be able to help them kind of expand the program and continue on with the court coordinator, I believe. She's been in the position for a couple of months now, and they are seeing a difference in the court, and I'll let Judge McCoy kind of talk about how the program is run. But this grant application would be for the continuation of that position and any other needs. The governor's office has a specialty courts program. The court will have to get a specialized certification that they're going to be working on, and that would have to happen 30 days after the award if they are awarded for this program. So I'll let Judge kind of talk about the program.
Forgive me.
Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak to y'all, and I want to thank the Commissioners Court for, Commissioner Chesney, you've always been an advocate for Court 5 on this court. On this court, I sit in your old office, so you kind of know the ins and outs of it. And the recent interest that the Commissioners Court has taken, Judge Canales coming out and seeing us, and Commissioner Vaughn, I really do appreciate it. We are kind of the stepchild, if you will, over in that facility. A lot of people, it's funny, that don't even know we exist or what we do over there. And I know y'all are aware that all of our cases deal with CPS and juvenile issues, abuse and neglect of not only juveniles but also the elderly. So what we're doing, we've been doing this for a while now, is we do have a drug court program, okay, and it's for the parents of our CPS cases. And up until now, the program is basically run on its own. We've gotten donations here and there, and we've contracted with some providers in the community, but it's never really been funded other than just kind of, like I say, on our own. The program has grown along with the caseload in County Court 5. And how the program works is when a child or when a family comes into the CPS system or the conservatorship system, whatever you want to call it, we can screen the parents and see if they are eligible for this program. And what we do is we get them into the program, we see them every 2 weeks, we provide services, we provide drug rehab services, counseling. We also, a great thing about it is I look at their case every 2 weeks when they appear in court. And what it does is it helps us move these cases along quicker. I can see and, reunify a family a lot quicker if I'm looking at the case every 2 weeks and see the progress they're making and helping them with the progress that they're making. And so it's a great resource, and it works. At least it does work in County Court 5. Other counties have these drug courts. San Antonio is a great example. Judge Sakai up there runs one, and it's partially funded by an endowment, I think, and also by county funds. It's amazing when I go out and look at these other counties and see the resources that they have, for example, in their drug court program, access to housing, treatment, stuff that our county just does not have. And they're kind of a model, so I'm trying to see how they do things and get our court running so we can have the same results. Now, we've just received a grant from Christus, and what that grant is funding at this point is, among other things, office supplies, that kind of stuff, but it's funding a court coordinator position. So that's a huge help, especially with a rising caseload, to monitor our cases, make sure the parents are getting what they need. So we are requesting or trying to get another grant to further, help us with resources, to offer wraparound services to our drug court parents, drug testing, sobriety coaches, parenting coaches, inpatient beds, incentives for the parents, just little stuff like having a graduation and, and that kind of stuff. So I think this grant will really help out, and I hope we can get it.
Thank you, Judge. Commissioner Gonzalez.
Are y'all working real close with the Behavioral Center? Because they have the youth services program. They can't assign anybody to you there, or have they assigned anybody? The Behavioral Center.
Behavioral Center, if they have any resources.
Right, yeah, no, we don't, not, as far as the drug court program, I don't believe we're working through MHMR. We definitely do work with MHMR, in other cases in Court 5. I mean, it's integral.
So, they have a youth services program out there on Port Street. They can't assign somebody to you for the youth services for
Well, the drug court program in this, every program in court, focuses on the children, but this program is designed to help rehabilitate the parents that have the drug issue.
I think it's even better because, I mean, they can do that with the parents too. So I'm just saying if there's a connection there, the Behavioral Center can really, really help you on that if we reach out and, kind of maybe have a meeting with them and say, can somebody be in our court when we have this court cases and right off the bat they'd be reassigned. It's sometimes in JP court we do the same thing when we want to do a GD program. They come into the court and we have a liaison person there that is going to connect them to that GD program and requirements. So I don't know. I think the Behavioral Center has probably a good resource that we need to probably tap onto and see what can they offer.
Well, and I'll definitely look into it, but you are right, when you say come into court, that's really kind of what we do with our drug court staffings. We do have individuals from each of these service providers come in and we discuss our cases and then move on to, our court
I'll
business.
reach out to them also, see maybe, 'cause I think if they can assign somebody to your court, that'd be great. I mean, I don't see why they couldn't either. And they're the county program too, so, we need to work together in this thing here, so. And I think it'll help you in the long run, so.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
The more resources, the better, right?
Judge, we
So,
appreciate,
thank you.
Judge, we appreciate your work over there, and the drug court really does work. Commissioner Modas has always also been very involved, obviously, with his prior work with CPS and is very familiar with all that, and that really does work, and I think the key to it is having that extra set of eyes on it every 2 weeks. Statutorily, the court has to have these CPS hearings on a statutory basis, but this increases that statutory basis and puts a lot more load on the judge, quite honestly, and a lot more load on that court, but it's very well worth it, and certainly support the grant. And I'm very glad that you're sitting in my old office. We're not going to call it my old office anymore. We're just going to call it your office, and very happy that you're there. I like the office I'm currently in, but appreciate very much what you're doing over there. Thank you very much, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
And I want to add that, I remember when this program first started here in the county, and before working on CPS as an investigator, then conservatorship worker, and ultimately I became a supervisor, but I always kept tabs of what was going on, and to hear this change that was happening, drug court, what do you mean you're going to specialize in drug court and those type of cases? And it was a few, and then it started expanding, and before, I tell you, the mindset of the state was, well, you just went for termination of rights, and you found that child a new forever family, but this gives those families who are stuck in a system sometimes, or just in life, and maybe some of the bad choices they made, gives them an opportunity to succeed. And to hear and see those success stories is what makes it worth it, and that we definitely need to support this and put all of our resources that we can, because to hear of all the other things other counties are doing, I think we could get there eventually, but definitely we have to support you today with this, because this makes a difference. This is changing lives for the good, and if it doesn't, well, at least we collectively can say, you as the judge can say, well, everything was attempted to give these families another chance to be a proper role model and leader of the families for their children, and not put those children in danger. So I'm just excited every time I hear the progress and the changes that are going on here, evolving throughout the years, because that's where we need to go. And I'm sure there's still many more ideas that we can tap into, but we need to put a priority in this and continue to support this. So thanks for everything you and, of course, everyone there at CPS and the county attorney's office does in this system.
Judge, are you deal with 16 and 17 also?
I'm sorry?
17-year-old and 16, you deal with those?
Yes.
If at one point, if you feel that child needs to go to GD, because he's not making it into the system, let us know. We'll be glad to visit with him and put him in our program and give him a chance to go get his GED, and, the family don't have to pay for anything.
Mhm.
So, there's another option there that, sometimes they can't make it in the system, but if they go get the GED, they get a scholarship and they can go to college, vocational training. Our program can do that for that. So maybe we need to sit down and talk about that.
I appreciate it. We were a couple of years back, I partnered with Delmar on a GED program, but I think they ended up losing their grant.
Well,
So
we've been-
that's
well,
kind
no,
of
they're-
fallen
no,
off.
They're bringing it back as to March, but also not only their program, but our program that we have, we can do that. So, let's get together and see what we can work out something.
I appreciate it.
Commissioner Vaughn.
I'm gonna have to get a flag down here so you can see me. It's okay.
Well,
I know. Well, was certainly an eye-opener for me to visit the detention center. You may very well be the busiest judge in the county, and I want to thank you for all you do. You've got a difficult court over there, and I certainly support this, and you have a lot of other needs, too, that I'm hoping that the court will address.
It's funny y'all
down the
mentioned
road.
unfunded mandates, and there are some that I'm going to be bringing and explaining to y'all, but there have been some recent changes in the law, not only statutes, but also with some case law that came down that is going to affect how that court runs and costs and everything, so
Yep.
I appreciate it. It is, Commissioner Myers, what you said about the reunification process, by law, that's the goal, and it's that way for a reason, is because that's what works. It's not, studies show that children are better off with their families and not in long-term foster care. And when you see somebody come in after they've gone through the drug treatment process, and you can see just the difference. It happened yesterday in Court 5. As soon as this gentleman walked through the door, I knew that he was okay, that he was clean. You can just see it in their eyes, you can see it in their demeanor, and we may not get all of them, or we may not be able to help all of them, but it does work, and we do see it, so.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Maria. If also, Maria, I could challenge you in your, I know, overworked and understaffed department, but keep your eyes out, now that you might see grants in a very different way, and this kind of goes back to our new way of doing things around here, where we're going to be having meetings, staff meetings in my office on Mondays, and, we're going to be talking about these things, because sometimes it's not the disconnect that's intentional, it's just that we didn't know.
Exactly. So
So-
now that we are aware of the needs of County Court at Law Number 5, we will be working on other
Great.
grants, which is why I put it on the regular agenda. I wanted us to kind of discuss it in open court, and so that when we do bring other grant applications in the future, you're aware of kind of the purpose behind it.
Right.
So we are looking at a future, I believe a SAMHSA grant is coming open or is available, so we're going to be looking at other funding sources for their needs. So.
That's great, Maria. If
So
we can
this one
help.
in particular, we're still kind of working the numbers. There is no cash match on this one, and it'll be about maybe $75,000 and somewhere in that range. The
Judge.
application's due the end of this.
Yes.
Second, sorry.
Second, first, I've got a motion and a second, and we've had great discussion. All in favor of adopting this resolution for the authorization of submission of this application signify by saying aye. Aye.
Hey, Judge,
Yes, sir?
it'll help you and this
Oh.
other judge. If you got parents that want to go get their GED, we'll take them too.
I appreciate it.
Maybe offer them that, and we need to get them off the streets, so.
It's fun. We had a couple years ago when I was working with Delmar on that program. We had a case where we had a mother and a son both in the.
We got 3 like that now, so, but
That's great.
you got parents, we'll take them.
And for the record, that's education is our freedom, and I'm on the board too, so however we can be helpful. Okay, we've come out of order, but we're going to go back into order, back to board appointments. This is nice, isn't it? Now reshuffled the deck here, it's up front.
Yeah, we did change the template.
Thank you,
so-
Tyner.
So going forward, you'll have board appointments at this
Wonderful.
position.
Can you
Super.
lead on Nueces County Library Advisory Board? I'm going to turn to it right now, F1.
Yes, and you have one incumbent that submitted an application, and that was Elva Lopez.
All right, I've had a chance to review, Commissioners, do I have a nomination to appoint Ms. Elva Lopez?
So moved.
All right, I've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor of having Ms. Lopez serve on the Nueces County Library Advisory Board, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign.
Next, you have Regional Health Awareness Board. There was one position and one new applicant, Yvonne Garcia.
Yes, is Yvonne with us here today? No? Okay, I know Ms. Garcia very well. She's a great candidate for this.
Move.
Any nominations, please, for this?
Move appointment.
Thank you. And a second by Commissioner Modis. And any more discussion on Ms. Garcia? This is for the Regional Health Awareness Board. I actually have some information. We're going to be talking a lot about health today. Just so everybody knows, the purpose of this board is to assess communication models that the parties can implement to share information used in health awareness decision-making, and parties can use to receive and provide to members of local communities. It's basically a dialogue for citizens in the Coastal Bend to talk about health, safety, environment. And it's a 13-member board. It's a combo, just so you guys know. It's San Patricio, Nueces, City of Corpus Christi, Port Industries, TAMUC, TAM-UCC, TCEQ, US EPA. Who knew, right? We got to get it together here. We've got to work cohesively. We are siloing everything, and that's why somehow Grands didn't know about a family drug court program. That is not it's criticism. It is meant to instigate and implement better communication. So I'm learning along with you, but we're happy that Ms. Garcia wishes to serve. So all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. By the way, this is a 3-year term. Okay, the last one is the Nueces County Child Welfare Board.
And you have two applicants, Susan Claus and Jose Mario Gomez.
And Tyner, can you also clarify, we have 2 positions open, is that correct?
Actually, this board can have 7 and up to 15 members, and so as long as we're in between the 7 and 15, and whenever we find out that there may be an applicant, we post it and let people apply, and we got 2 applicants, and they're not over their maximum 15 members. So the court, if the court so chooses, can appoint these 2 applicants.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second, and the discussion we've had. All those in favor of naming Susan Claus and Jose Mario Gomez to these positions for the Nueces County Child Welfare Board signify by saying aye. Aye. Is Ms. Claus or Mr. Gomez here with us in the courtroom? Okay, no, we will notify all these board appointments by letter, and thank you. Okay. We've come to the point where it says workshop. Tyner, don't let that confuse you. Commissioners, I mean, sounds like we're going to work in the middle of our meeting. I guess we are, but the purpose is to really allow further explanation regarding proposed legislation relating to a hospital provider-funded LPPF. That's called the Local Provider, that's the acronym for Local Provider Participation Fund. And for this workshop, we have a presentation that's been provided to you. It looks like this, Commissioners. And the workshop will be led by Director Johnny Hipp of the Nueces County Hospital District Board. You'll recall last week we had a briefing. This is meant to get a little more in depth, and we're going to keep moving incrementally till we all understand it thoroughly.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners.
Morning.
Judge, how would you like for me to proceed? It's your workshop. I can just go through my presentation or just answer questions.
You know, I'll tell you what, I liked it. I had a chance to review it. Let's go through it, but indulge us in the sense of you don't have to read everything. Just tell us why this slide is pertinent, run through your presentation as to substance, and then allow commissioners to stop you and ask questions. And then, of course, I want to get to the good stuff, which is, telling everybody that we're all, you and I, and a lot of stakeholders are going to be in Austin on Thursday to really hammer this out. We want everyone to know that they have a voice, and we welcome their input.
Good morning, Commissioners, again, and I appreciate the opportunity to come back and add more to my discussion that I had a week or two ago with you. As I mentioned before, the state of Texas, and based on the slide I have on the screen, has a high rate of uninsured people. It dipped down a few years ago right after the Affordable Care Act was implemented and the exchanges were put in place. People bought insurance. But as you can see from the graph, the uninsured rate for Texas has begun to climb, while the rate for the U.S. has been fairly steady. The rate for the U.S. went down, as I said, as a result of the Affordable Care Act, people buying insurance. So this slide right here kind of is the main theme through all of the discussion about supplemental payment programs because Texas has the highest rate. Texas also, was not one of the states that expanded Medicaid under the Affordable Care Act. 37 states did, Texas did not. And as background, as a part of the negotiations that went on in Washington when the Affordable Care Act was passed, the healthcare industry agreed to several cuts in what they were going to take in the future. So graduation in Medicaid payment rates, Medicare, et cetera, all those rates and stuff were basically put in abeyance for several years to come to help pay for the Affordable Care Act. And the industry had some other agreements that they made with the government to make sure that the program got going. But the agreements were all premised on the fact that the way the law was written, that all people would be required to buy health insurance. And that would basically be the mechanism that would be used to address the uninsured rate throughout the states in the union. So as y'all are aware, as time went on, there was subsequently a Supreme Court decision that basically said that that states sort of had the liberty to decide whether they're going to expand Medicaid or not. Texas, as I mentioned, decided not to. So the state of Texas, aware of its high uninsurance rate, has always had running in the background policy decisions that helped drive additional funds to the hospitals who cared for these uninsured patients. And that's what we generally refer to as supplemental payment programs. And so the uninsured rate that you have here is sort of the stimulus for driving the supplemental payment programs. The next slide, it would be a slide number 5 you have there. All this slide really is meant to tell you is that Medicaid is a program that's jointly funded by both the federal government and the state. The federal government uses Medicaid as the backboard, if you will, for providing the supplemental payment programs, because all the supplemental payment programs I'm going to talk about in a minute are all Medicaid, generally Medicaid based. There are currently in play in Nueces County 5 supplemental payment programs. There are 2 under the Medicaid waiver that's on page 7. There's a disproportionate share program. In addition, there's a network access improvement program and a uniform hospital rate increase program. And all these programs work collectively to drive the additional federal funds on the back of Medicaid into the hospitals. On the next, on page 10, we have a chart.
And maybe this is a good time to just stop and say, for just awareness, that despite these supplemental programs, there are providers that still maintain there are large gaps in what they receive and what they're absolutely providing.
That's correct. And I didn't mean to imply that these filled the gap.
No, I'm just trying to, because we're about to get to why we're in a pickle here, and I just want to make sure that when we say, we're really bad, and when we look at this bar chart, it's not just like we're really bad. I mean, like we're 49th out of 50 states bad, okay? So it just helps us into the urgency of the matter. Anyway, please continue.
Okay, on slide number 12, it shows the hospitals or providers in Nueces County, which of these 5 programs they participate in. As you can tell, Krista Spahn, the Corpus hospitals for them participate in all 5 programs, and then there's a variety of other hospitals that participate in the program. The Spahn rural hospitals are broken out separately because Even though they're in Kingsville, Allison, and Beeville, they're actually their mother organization is in Corpus Christi, so that's why they're included in these payment programs. So Commissioners, on page 12, slide number 12, these are just general questions and answers, and hopefully they will be able to address some questions you have. Before I step into them, the Local Provider Participation Fund, which is what we're talking about here, is a mechanism that potentially could be put in place to help raise funds from the providers only to support the IGTs that the hospital district puts up to draw down these federal funds. Right now, the hospital district uses primarily its revenues, and its revenues mainly consist of revenue we receive from SPON, our net patient revenue, and also taxes. SPON's net patient revenue contributes about 75% of our revenue, and the remaining 25% is mostly made up of tax-related, either collections or fees, interest, etc. So, excuse me, as I mentioned before, the providers have an interest in stepping toward Local Provider Participation Fund because the methods that are used in some other hospital districts in Texas, primarily Dallas and Tarrant County, have been disallowed by the Medicare program. And although those programs are not like ours, it has sent some of a shockwave, if you will, through the healthcare, the hospital industry in Texas. And there have been to date 18 or more LPPF programs put in place in the state. Most of them are in counties. 3 of them are in hospital districts. And the 3 were in Dallas, Tarrant, and in Amarillo. So the reason we're looking at this is because the providers came to us locally. They asked if we would consider using or adopting a fund like this as a way to raise IGT funds and somewhat, if you will, help minimize any risk they may have going forward from the state coming back and saying that we need to step into another program. So back to slide 12. As I mentioned, these IGTs are used to match federal funds. And the reason that we use IGT funds locally is because it's kind of like y'all talking about the mandates earlier. The state doesn't put up any money for this program. Even though the state funds Medicaid, the local entities or the local jurisdictions sort of stand in the place of the state to raise the money necessary for the IGTs, for the match, to draw those federal funds down. In the second section on slide number 12, I want to emphasize again that if this kind of fund is put into place, the assessment would be on the providers only on the hospital providers, and that individual taxpayers and businesses would not be required to pay into the fund. The bill also requires that the providers cannot use this as a surcharge to patients when they bill them, and so these are funds that would come directly from the providers. The assessment would be, it could be up to 6% of the provider's annual net patient revenues. The amount could be less. The bill envisions that the assessments would be done quarterly, and that they would be done in a way that would try to make sure that we keep the cash flow steady in terms of meeting the IGTs that are needed by the state. So on slide number 13, as I mentioned earlier, through the past 3 legislative sessions, there have been 19 LPPFs established across the state, 3 of them in hospital districts, 15 in counties, and 1 was put in place in a city.
Excuse me, Johnny, I want to point out for the commissioners, so this is very relevant to me. We're very fortunate, Senator Juan Chuy Hinojosa, he was part of this beginning, process of LPPF. So in other words, there's only been 19. there's only been 3 in hospital districts, and Dallas and Tarrant were the ones that got their hands slapped, by the government and had to refund over $20 million. So when we're looking for experience and for somebody who really understands, I suppose, the details of LPPFs, we're actually fortunate to have the senator who actually drafted one of the very first ones for counties, and that was Hidalgo County, also part of his senatorial district. But take a look, some of those counties they're much smaller counties, and so we are in somewhat virgin territory here in that there's only been 3 LPPFs established. In addition, when these counties were, there was a referendum at the time, a requirement for referendums for those entities, isn't that correct? That did not have hospital districts, and that is no longer at least being proposed, so we don't have to go to the voters to do this, as it does not impact the voters, at least in this way of having to pay into a fund. It impacts the constituents greatly, how we, being able to access these funds. But I just want to stop here because it's a good point. You've kind of almost halfway through. If there's any questions that we can field, I mean, we say it like it just sounds so easy. I want you to know there's nothing easy about getting all providers in our community to agree that this is the right mechanism. However, I do believe there is a great spirit of cooperation and will to make certain that we protect this county's ability through its hospital district to make sure we can provide these intergovernmental transfers through this mechanism. In other words, we wouldn't want to be caught after the session and then have the government say, that's not the preferred way to receive your governmental transfers, and therefore you're not entitled to them. And that's why this legislation is critical. And if you ask me, it's probably, if I had to rank it, it's probably one of the top 2 pieces of legislation coming out of this county for our legislative agenda that needs to be taken care of. But not that you're not doing a great job, you are, but just there's a lot in here, and I want to give everybody an opportunity to just make sure they understand the mechanisms and where we are. It's not like they've done a whole bunch of them. They've done a few. They've experimented with referendums. Now we're not going to have referendum. It doesn't seem that there's a will to do referendums anymore. And again, take a look. There's only been 3 hospital districts that have undergone this. I mention all this because there's sort of and I don't mind admitting it, there's sort of an internal, gentle disagreement as to, this is the way it's been done, and so this is the way we know it can pass, and this is the way we think it should be done. And what I want to point out to my fellow commissioners is that it's only been done 3 times for hospital districts, 2 of which had to do it because they were mandated to do it because they had to refund over $20 million. So my point is that there is opportunity here to really work with Senator Hinojos's office and to draft the very best possible bill for our county. And I'd offer any discussion at this time on that. Is anybody?
I don't understand. I'm confused. We need to get into this LPPFS. Do we need to get into this here? I mean, how come we're not in it? Do we never been asked to be in it, or?
But Commissioner, that's a great question, and I was going to add something to what the judge said. The bill, the way it's written, is a permissive bill, and it was designed to be there so that the hospital district in the court, when they felt it was the right time to put this in place, had the option to call it up and put it to work. It would not be a mandated thing. It's very permissive. The LPPF concept, Commissioner Gonzalez, has actually been looked at for the last 3 or 4 sessions, and there are 2 reasons we didn't proceed with it. One, all the providers locally were not on board. That's the primary reason. But the second now is, since the occurrence in Dallas and Tarrant counties, there has not been an impetus, if you will, for moving toward this model. So since Dallas and Tarrant, those hospital districts had to pay money back to the federal government looks to the state to oversee these programs. And so what the state has done is they have come back around and are taking steps toward anointing, that's probably not a good word, but they have found that using LPPFs satisfies all the federal rules, and the state is very comfortable in using those models going forward. So we believe that either this session or down the road next year, that the state's going to come back around and ask that all the IGTs be raised through an LPPF mechanism. So before we had a timing issue, our timing in the sense that we couldn't get all the providers on board to agree to it, and that's a premise for moving forward with it. And second, there really wasn't an impetus back then, but there is now.
Is there a cost to us if we get into this? I mean, is there a cost? And is everybody on board now? That's what you're saying, that everybody was on board?
Well, the judge was at a meeting we had in January with all the providers in the room, and at that time they were on board, but the judge was the recipient of an email from the senator's office, just like I was Friday evening, where one of the providers has stepped forward, and in concept they're still supportive of the bill, but this particular hospital is a specialty hospital, and they have some unique needs around how reimbursement works for that kind of hospital. And they're wanting to make sure that those reimbursement mechanisms that are appropriate to that hospital, and it's a Driscoll Children's Hospital. Right. So they have some unique needs because they're a children's hospital. They're what we call a cost-based hospital where they get reimbursed all their cost. But they have some unique situations. There's only 8 children's hospitals in the state. They're working collectively to get the legislature to put more money toward them this year. And so they, at this point, want to make sure that whatever bill goes forward from Nueces County includes those situations that address their hospital. So they're on board, but they want to add more to it. Honestly, Commissioner, what we may run into is that the amount of money that if this thing is put in place, the LPPF, it's a finite amount of money every year. So the more programs we add to it, the less it's going to cover. And so our current model today, based on the numbers we have, the LPPF would raise 75% of what's needed for annual IGTs, and the other 25% would likely be made up by the hospital district under the current mechanism that we use.
So to answer your question, it was a good question instinctively. Is it going to cost us? Well, maybe not on the face of it, because on the face of it, it is the providers that, and we all use these fancy words, we should just speak plain English. The hospitals will be paying dollars based on net patient revenue, which is a calculation I don't think we need to go into right now, okay, because that's a whole nother day. And they will pay into this fund, and then that will allow them to receive the mechanisms. This all goes back to not having our state participate in Medicaid expansion, which I wish we could have a soliloquy on that idea and that notion. But the point is, we're stuck because of lack of Medicaid expansion, that this is our method. The state of Texas said, and the governor said, hey, we're not going to do Medicaid expansion, but we will help you in this way. And this governmental transfer is the way to get extra money. The word is perfect. Supplemental funds from the government to draw down those funds that we should have been entitled to under expansion. Okay? Am I kind of does that make sense? It's a little easier. Johnny, you're kind of fancy. So I'm teasing here.
Got it down pretty simple.
But the idea here is that it's an option. I think we need to verbalize it. It's an option. It's permissive, which means we could do it. But we've got to protect the hospitals, if it's their will, okay, to get these extra dollars. Because without the extra dollars, there's going to be a huge gap in what they will lose. And when our hospitals lose, we lose, because they're not able to, well, they start cutting services somewhere. So we lose. So we're all in it together. And like I said, Senator Hinojos' office and the senator himself is really knowledgeable about this particular program that has a weird name. And I tried to actually rename it, and they said that was complicated. I said, there's nothing complicated about it, but again, people resist change, even when it's to their benefit. But the point is that, yes, I think that it's in our best interest to have an LPPF because we can protect our providers. The purpose of the Thursday meeting is to get all the parties in the room and find out how the Children's Hospital, what is it that they need. Again, Children's Hospitals, you might want to explain to everybody that they're unique because they're paid differently than any other type. They're sort of a protected class. Do you want to share a little bit about that?
With regard to children's hospitals, y'all may recall many years ago the federal government passed what they call the CHIP Act, which is the S-CHIP that covered children, and then there was a wraparound program that they did on top of that. So between those two programs, most children in Texas that are of needs are covered by the state's Medicaid or CHIP programs, and so they cover up to age 18. So children's hospitals take care of children up to age 18. And so in the case of Driscoll and the other 7 children's hospitals in Texas, they're about almost 75 or 80% of their patients are Medicaid. In the case of Driscoll, they actually operate a Medicaid HMO, which is tethered to Driscoll Children's Hospital, which actually probably makes that percentage a little higher for them because they do have the HMO, but they have a lot of Medicaid business. And so in Texas, the way Medicaid pays for care, they pay for about 65% of the cost. Okay, so if you have a product and it costs you $100 to do it and you're only getting 75, where you're going to make up the 25. So that's where these supplemental payment programs come in. And Driscoll, probably of all the hospitals, is the most reliant on these programs because they do have so much Medicaid business in there. Now, the legislature, maybe about 10 years ago, took the position that they were going to pay children's hospitals on what in the industry we call cost-based reimbursement. And so that means that essentially that they're able to recover basically all of their cost. But their costs are not just any old arbitrary cost. The government has a list of what costs they're going to cover, and so there's a lot of things that children's hospitals do that are not covered by cost. And so they, in the case of Driscoll, they take care of obviously Nueces County, but they take care of a lot of counties in South Texas. They fly airplanes all over the place to run clinics and bring patients back and forth. I mean, they're definitely an asset to our community. And Judge, I did want to add just one other things about why it's important to protect the hospitals. There's a theory out there, and I don't have the name of it, but in terms of development of community and having a strong community, there are typically three factors that people consider when they want to move to a community, they want to raise their kids there. One's schools, one's churches, and the third one is hospitals. And so all of those things are all roll together to build a community or put the infrastructure in a community. So hospital district, with the support of Commissioners Court many years ago, when we stepped into the current configuration of things that we have with SPAWN, took the position that keeping these hospitals in the community and helping get them federal funds, not subsidizing the hospital and not guaranteeing they're going to make a profit or anything, but helping them get federal funds in was the right thing to do. So I agree with you, Judge, that working with the hospitals, it is still in that theory of schools, churches, and hospitals. Those three things are important to a community. And in our case, we have the blessing, if you will, having a children's hospital here, which not every community our size has. Otherwise, we would be moving sick children and probably serious trauma patients to San Antonio would be the nearest place to get them to. So having those things here are good things. Our Shoreline Hospital, Christus Spawn, they're a level 2 trauma center. They're working on trying to see what the feasibility is going to level 1, which is the next highest one. But they're the highest they can be without a medical school sitting next door to them. And so the helicopter that goes back and forth to Shoreline, I mean, they pluck people off of Highway 16 in Freer, and they bring them from Cotulla, and they bring them from all over the place here. And it's a good thing that we have a trauma center. Also, Shoreline has 2 residency training programs that are important to the community. The family practice program has produced physicians that still reside in our community and provide care. So I don't.
No,
I go from there, Judge.
Nailed it. I mean, and I guess what I want to make the Commissioners Court aware of is that, in fact, I'm learning a lot from this listserv, and I know, John, you're on it with me, and Jim Allison says, if we don't hang together, we shall certainly hang separately. And I think that's a very adequate adage here this morning because we've got to hang together. And I want you to know that I will advocate until there is no breath left in me to make sure that we get everything that these hospitals can get, because I believe that they are our lifeline, not only to our community, but to the services they provide. The unfunded mandates that we're charged with as counties pass through the hospital district for indigent care and behavioral health care, and we are not doing as good as we need to be doing. And so, in that spirit, these are critical funds. What I wanted to share with you is through our legislative team that you as a court helped me put in place. They are working diligently in Austin to try and figure out how we can all come together, county, hospital district, and providers. And again, look at all those providers on the list. It's kind of hard to have everybody's mission meet, but that is the goal for Thursday. But I want you to know it's super complicated. Each one of these providers has consultants, okay? We have legislative consultants. So there's a lot of concepts, I guess, a lot of vision kind of floating around the room. The one thing that I wanted to bring out, the last thing, Johnny, I've looked at the rest of it, and we did not address this, but because it is a permissive piece of legislation, we have the option of inserting that if we were to go forward with this, that Commissioners Court would be involved with allowing that permissiveness to take place. That way, all of us have skin in the game, and we all understand what's happening in our community. And there's even some options for getting quarterly reporting and opportunities. There's an administrative fund, Commissioner Gonzalez, that this would provide for the adequate concept that these funds would flow through either a county and then to the hospital district, like auditor's office to hospital district or whatever the pass-through entity is. But the point is that there's a lot of details to sort out. But I think that it is in our very best interest. And that's really what I wanted, not trying to lead you, Johnny, but I want you to share with the court what, if we don't do it, how terrible that would be, really, because I want everyone to understand that we need to get some type of legislation passed.
Probably the simplest way to put that is if we don't have something like this in place and the state changes how it wants to go about doing business, we're going to be leaving money on the table that'll go somewhere else. Our providers depend on that money, the hospital providers in the community, to provide services that they can't provide without the money. And if you need to, they can probably come before you and talk about all the different things that they do. And Judge, I think clearly that there is an appropriate role for the court and the hospital district. Certainly if we go with the bill that has the assessment levied by the hospital district's board are all appointed members. And so you guys are all elected. And so I think it's important that the court have a role in the approval and setting up of this, because y'all are elected, you're accountable to the public, and that's probably the appropriate mechanism to use. And so I agree with you, Judge, that I think there is a role for both of us. And like I said, this is a precautionary step. It's permissive. If something doesn't go forward, we have the mechanism we have in play now that'll probably get us through another couple of years. But I'm almost certain that the state, because of the level of comfort they found around these models, are going to be coming back around and insisting that we use those to raise funds.
And I hope that we work as quickly as possible. And I appreciate the judge working on this with Johnny and the hospitals. The Texas Hospital Association is on board with this. This is part of their legislative agenda, is to create these LPPFs. And so they're supporting all their hospitals that are wanting to take on this partnership with their local communities. And so to hear from the judge that we have that environment here today is exciting, because there are a limited amount of counties and cities and districts that are on here, as you mentioned, and it could disappear. And Williamson County, which was approved back in the 85th session, just in October, a few months ago, we're working through the details. So you think about that time, almost 2 full years that it took from passing in the last session in 2017 to actually being implemented. It's still another 18 months. So I hope that once this passes, and I'm hoping it will, I'm sure the senator will work hard with our delegation and with the judge on this to pass it, that we do what we can here as quickly as possible. Not out of haste or to get it wrong, but I think, there's a formula and way that's already been patterned throughout the state that we can follow, so we can move as efficiently as possible, because it still could take us some time to get this in place. And so that would be my only concern, is obviously if we have something that's a mechanism like this to get it implemented. And I want to remind us once again, this just kind of goes back full circle what we mentioned earlier. You think about the cost of indigent health care annually in Nueces County, and how much does that cost us every year? And so this is a mechanism to help that. And so with the judge's leadership on this, we should be able to find another source that is basically non-adversarial to our hospitals and is not going to be anything put on the patient.
Correct.
And it's going to help the taxpayers and bottom line. So this mechanism, I'm surprised that the whole state's not implementing it. We try not to talk too loud and whisper about this, right? But I guess also there would be strength. The more that get into this, it would be hard to turn away a program like this. So I thank you, Judge, for working on this. It's exciting, and the research that I've done on it, it's amazing, like I said, that more people are not interested. They just may not know. But as we know that we move forward to get this passed, and I know we will support it, because this is the right thing to do, and it's efficient, and bottom line, it doesn't cost us as taxpayers really anything. So exciting to see this moving forward, and I hope we can.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, I don't know, when you said 49 out of 50, that really is embarrassing to me, to Nueces County, that we're almost 50. To get out of that 49, we should be number 10, number 9 or something, and because of the county that we are. I think that, we just need to really double time on this and really work hard at it, try to see, to me, when somebody tells me 49 out of 50, it's embarrassing to me.
And let me just correct, as a state, Texas is 49th out of 50 states, but don't get me wrong, in a minute when I get to another piece of the agenda, I'll remind everybody how we're 192 out of 254 on total health outcomes. And so that's where you got the right sentiment, and that's the whole idea here, commissioners. And I don't mean to giving us so many meetings, but if it's all right with you, we'll go on Thursday. By the way, I hope you don't think it rude, but the senator apparently limited it to 20, and when you add all the providers and Johnny and me and all these consultants, then turns out the 20 we got there. But my hope is to go do the very best job representing all of you and Nueces County, and making sure that that's what, I told Johnny this, you didn't say anything in the email, and that's okay. I just often think and type, and then I don't really want a response, but what I said to you, I really meant your duty. You have a duty to that hospital district. You have so much ad valorem to work with, and you have all these, appropriations and needs, and the hospitals, they have a different mission and a different duty, and they're trying to do more with less. And my duty is to get the best possible outcome. So in a way, we're all aligned, and in a way, we're not. And so the goal on Thursday is to find that synergies where we can all get together. But make no mistake, I come neither conciliatory nor adversarially. I come in the spirit of our county needs better health outcomes. This is an opportunity to continue those outcomes by getting the supplemental funding we need. But It's really serious, and not every hospital is aligned with every other hospital because their mission, needs, and financial bottom line are all different. So we're going to all have to give a little. And that's what I wanted the Commissioners Court to hear, is that if it were so darn easy, it would have been done in the 83rd or the 84th, the 85th legislature. The reason we're doing it now is because we're under the gun and because it's scary to not have these types of transfers. But that means that now that we all agree that we're in trouble, we all have to be willing to come together. There's going to be compromise. It's never going to be what everybody wants. If it is, it's a terrible deal. And they've told me 1,000 times, and I'm going to say it here, that's very fragile, and you don't want to rock the boat. Yes, we do. Yes, we do want to rock the boat, because a system that is fragile is not a system that will last the test of time, period. And so it's really important that we go up there very strong as the county, making certain that all the providers understand that we're here to help them achieve these transfers, and that we work together with our hospital district to make certain that those dollars are spent in the best possible way. So with our guidance and your helping me, I think we're going to get there, Commissioners. But this was a long workshop, but I almost feel terrible saying it, but it's scary to me that we won't come to a compromise on Thursday. It's so critical that we do. And I wanted everyone here so y'all can chime in after this meeting up until Thursday. Even on Thursday, you can be texting me, emailing me. We've got to be, I need your input. That's really what I want to say. I need and value the four of your input.
Judge, if I may just say to close.
Yes, please.
Thank you for working with the Senator's office. He was the father of the original LPPF bills. His model has been used in all the other 18 bills, are pieces of it, but the main nucleus of what he did in Hidalgo County was basically carried across the state. He's done a very good job of working through issues. He's gotten several of these bills through the legislature, and he's very familiar with all the trigger points and how we might have to address those. So Thank you for taking that lead.
Absolutely. That's why I'm inspired when he says, he's looking forward to working with us. So very, very fortunate. Okay, thank you. This was information only. There's no action to be taken. At this time, Bailiff, I ask if you have a public comment sheet to bring forward at this time. Nobody signed? All right. I'll move to the consent agenda. I do have a request. There is a item on the consent agenda regarding jury form changes. I've been advised that there is additional advisory legal opinions regarding to this. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
And so I will move to table that based on the advice of legal counsel.
What number is that?
I'm looking, sorry. I don't.
Q,
Q?
Which one, Ty?
It's Q.
3Q.
Move to table 3Q.
And that's, again, on the advice of counsel that she'll be providing an advisory for us in this regard, and we can bring it up in our March. Thank you. I've got a motion and a second. All in favor of tabling item Q, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Do I have a motion? Have you all had a chance to review A through R?
So moved.
And a second, please? I have a motion for consent agenda to approve all items A through R. At this time, any further discussion?
Judge, I'd like to pull a L.
Absolutely, sir. L is pulled. I'd like a amendment to that motion. All items with the exception A through R, with the exception of L and Q.
So moved.
So moved. I have a second? And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Oh, yes. Any public comment on this? Thank you. I'm always forgetting that, John. Anybody? Okay. Thank you. At this time, if there's,
Just like an explanation on.
yes,
L. See what-
on L.
Did you want to, were you voting?
Can we vote first? Sorry, I just need to get it. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign. Aye. I'm on an aye on that as well.
Okay.
Okay. Maria,
Yeah, see, I don't understand who's
Who's on?
office of the governors, who are we doing that for? What is it for? What?
The DA's office currently has a grant under this program. It's a local border security program. They have a criminal interdiction unit in which their criminal investigators go out and do interdiction on the highways. So the grant currently is $10,000 for their officer overtime, and they're looking to continue that program. So we're doing a $10,000.
I got it, I just didn't see the DA interdiction.
Okay.
Anything like that, so that's why it threw me off, but
Okay.
I don't have no problem with that. So moved.
Second.
I have a motion, a second. All those in favor of item L being approved on the consent agenda signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, moving forward to the regular agenda, and Ian, welcome. Ian Vasey is the President and Chief Executive Officer of the Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation, fondly known as the CCREDC.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Ian Vasey with CCREDC. As is our practice from time to time, we give you an update about what's going on in economic development. And I know there's a lot more conversations that go on besides this, but this is something we do just as a practical matter. All right, so a couple of projects that we've moved into the win column in Nueces County in the last year. EPIC, it was only 10 jobs, but $200 million in investment. And don't be surprised if that one gets multiple phases and starts getting much bigger than $200 million. We've been positioning some things on that project. That's a fractionator plant, and there's multiple phases, and we've talked about that in public as well. So don't be shocked if that $200 million grows substantially beyond that into the tax base. Permaco, we've done a 312 agreement with the county, 313, and moved that one into, that's another one of those kind of midstream companies out in unincorporated Nueces County. $700 million there. Don't be shocked if that one eventually, by the time we're done with that one, heads towards $1 billion, or even potentially more than that. We've been out doing some recruitment missions, and we've got some more coming, and we're doing another booth at one of the plastics and steel shows, so we're out there talking about those. And you see our pipeline of deals. We've got one high probability deal we're in negotiation on. It's called Project Dynamo. 5 Class B projects. That means where we're in competitive negotiations. Multiple states or cities are in competition for those. And then the early process deals where we are kind of touring site selection people, kind of doing some of the, I consider those low probability deals, but we fight everything from start to finish on these things. So we move a project up from a low probability to kind of a more competitive position if we stay in the deal. It's, again, economic development isn't about winning deals. It's about being the last eliminated from the process. And then,
Excuse me, Liam, but is it low probability because we're too early in the process?
Too early.
In other words, not really because it's low, but just you can't make a statement about it.
right.
Okay.
It's very early in the
I got you.
pipeline, kind of linear pipeline. So I
Well,
don't
if you
want to.
take the article in Brownsville, we won.
We don't talk about those. Notice I didn't say a word.
Just saying, there's articles that are out there.
Yeah,
A lot of speculation.
A lot of speculation. All right, just for folks listening in the audience at home and in the press, in terms of doing economic development in its current form and various things, we started as a region doing economic development in 1986, and with several incarnations, it kind of evolved in through various types of structure. But in April 2000, the EDC, as it currently stands, was formed. So we're in our 19th year, which is a partnership between Nueces County, the Port of Corpus Christi, City of Corpus Christi, San Pat County, City of Portland, plus the private sector community. So it's kind of everybody pulling together on that same rope and moving together as partners in moving our economy forward. In terms of our operating in budget and where we spend money, generally it's about $1.8 million something, and I think I just made them round numbers here. But City of Corpus Christi $700,000, the Port of Corpus Christi $320,000. Private investment, $700,000. When I got here about 3 years ago, it was about $300,000. So we've really focused on bringing the private sector folks to the table and getting them to participate, especially those companies that are seeing benefits out of economic development. They're getting contracts and building things and making money. So, kind of my philosophy is getting the private sector to to pony up as well and put their skin in the game in supporting economic development activities. And then City of Portland, San Patricio County, and Nueces County are all at 50,000. You are represented on our board of directors by Butch Poole, and Commissioner Chesney, you have been serving very regularly as our ex officio member at that. Our expenses in general terms, I'm sorry.
And don't forget that you said I could attend.
Yes, ma'am.
And so guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to defer my position to Carolyn, Commissioner Vaughn, because she is a real expert in having served already at the EDC with the city. And that means that when I do need to be there because of the Open Meetings Act, we'll just switch off. So you'll get the best of the whole commission.
Judge, Commissioner Vaughn, when she was Councilwoman Vaughn, was
Right, that's what I mean.
representative and sat on our board of directors and was very active. In terms of expenses, general and administrative, that means like leases, salaries, that's all of the kind of, when we have things like copiers and, making publications, things like that. Marketing and attraction budget, that's where we go out and do advertising and things like that. We have lead generation budgets where we deal with specific lead generation companies to put us in front of specific companies in our target sectors. We haven't actually done any international travel this year, so we rolled it into our lead generation, but we budget always for international travel. Last year, we took a team to Taiwan. As soon as we knew that M&G was struggling on the Inner Harbor, we put together a team, took that, and then if you notice, the lead team that was Far Eastern Group is from Taiwan, and I wonder how that happened. Yeah, strange. So we spent some time with those folks. Business retention and attraction. I'm going to talk about the business retention piece in a few minutes and give you some of the results from that. Investor relations, that's what we do. We had our breakfast meeting this morning, and I know, Commissioner Jag, you are usually at our breakfast meeting representing the county on that. That's our Kiko's breakfast. Couple of years ago, about 3 years ago, we used to have about 15 to 20 people. In fact, I was talking to Dan in the back row. He used to come to those, and he still does when he can. But we used to have about 15 people, business leaders coming. Now we're in the 60s and sometimes 70s. We've never hit 80, but we're working on it, bringing more folks to the table and supporting and understanding what economic development does. And then we do a thing called qualified sites where we do pre-engineering. So we identify shovel-ready properties. We do environmental services. We do ALTA surveys, things like that. So when we propose on a project, we're not submitting blank information. We're submitting something that's useful.
Judge, I wanted to just comment real quickly
Yes.
while we're on that operating budget cycle there, that slide. I remember when, and I think the CCR EDC has done a phenomenal job of getting outside investment, and I know they're working a lot stronger on getting outside investment and not less governmental, but they're really trying to focus on increasing their deal, and they've done a really nice job. But I think it's important to note, I remember when I was running for city council, one of the things that I was running on was to get the EDC $100,000, and I now look at the city of Corpus Christi to see where they are in response to supporting the EDC at $700,000, which I think is a very incredible amount to see. It took this court a few years to get up to the $50,000 level, and certainly I think based on the results that the CCR EDC has provided over the years, that and every budget is tight, and I get that, and I'll certainly look for places. I always try to look for places when I want to expend more money to cut more money, but I would hope that Nueces County would continue not only to stay at that level, but potentially, Commissioner Gonzalez has his hand out. I would would ask that we consider in the upcoming budget increasing our participation, because our return on investment at that, and $50,000 is $50,000, but that very modest amount, I think, has been great. So I would, and like I said, I always look for ways to cut where I can when I'm looking to spend more. So I appreciate what y'all have done on what you've done. And I know you're not coming asking, and I appreciate that, but I think Nueces County ought to continue to be a player in the CCR EDC operating budget, and hopefully maybe a bigger one later down the line.
Sir, actually, I should probably clarify, out of the $700,000, $125,000 of that is from the Type A and B fund, which we administer. We do audits, we do performance things to make sure that public money, if it's spent on an incentive, is that the company's earned it. You know, we have a CPA in-house, Mike, who you all know and love, and he would tell you that, you know, he's the expert in that. But he goes in, dives into company audits and company performance metrics and makes sure that, and every year we put out, and I didn't bring our annual report, but I know you've all seen it, of the amount of tax revenue that's generated through not just the counties, the cities, the school districts, you know, the drainage folks, all of the folks, and we put that out, and we're very open about that.
And Ian, I know you may get into this, but I want to put this in your mind as you're talking through this too. We're fixing to get a financial report later on down our road, and one of the knocks on Nueces County is our demographics. You know, they say the MSA is very difficult for us, and they also indicate that we're becoming so heavily weighted on petrochemical that is also a knock. I don't consider it a knock, but the rating agencies have in part dinged us a little bit because of our A, demographics, which I don't know what we can do about that, and B, partly because we are very reliant on the petrochemical industry. Again, that doesn't bother me, but it seems to bother them. So if you could address maybe some of the efforts that y'all are making in regards to non-petrochemical, because we've had that discussion at the EDC board as well, so.
Absolutely, Commissioner. So if you remember, several years ago, we did some target industry analysis and really try to figure out how we can diversify our economy. You're right, we were traditionally viewed as a refinery town. That was it. You know, people were like, look, petroleum comes in, oil comes in, it's refined and shipped out. Now, we've really tried to focus on, you know, even though it might be petrochemical related, but the plastics industry, we're starting to see some of these ethane crackers, and we're starting to see some of that polypropylene, polyethylene. It's moving us into that next phase and that more advanced manufacturing piece, even though it's an adjunct, and I'm going to talk to the diversification piece in a second. But once we get some of these chemicals, the base plastics that are coming in, then we're going to start targeting things like injection molding companies. You know, you think about it like, as an example, a car dashboard. It's made of plastic, but it's all coming out of the petrochemical sector, and then it's made into that plastic, and we ship out the plastic as either pellets or liquids and goes out of the port. But what if we could start targeting some of those end products of, you know, that plastic bottle sitting right in front of you? What happens if we can get into the manufacture of that, not just the raw thing that goes into it? We made a real concerted effort a number of years ago because we started looking at, like, steel industry, the metal and iron and steel industry. We've got some of the building blocks here. We've got hot briquette iron with Voestalpine in our area. We've got the railroads. We've got the port. We've got deep water. We've got massive amounts of power, things like that. So we've made no secret that we were going out and trying to target some of those, you know, the metals companies and fabricated metals, and steel would be great if we could get something like that. And we've gone out and talked to all of those folks. And Tommy on my team is out at all the trade shows with the booth. Actually, we share a booth. We built a booth out of our money last year with the port, and we partner on that, and we go to the trade shows. So like Tommy and Eddie will be going around the country and with their and passing out brochures and meeting with people and talking to folks in those trade sectors, what do you call it, conferences. So we do that. And I know when she was commissioner, Canales was involved in pushing some of that and knows how the sausage is made, if you will, on the what do you call it, the economic diversification. And we're starting to work on that. We've got a couple of call centers. Don't be shocked if we start, you know, we're probably going to be pushing another call center. You know, one of the things that's really hard for us as a community is going after corporate headquarters, because we just don't have enough flights coming in. You know, every single corporate headquarters deal that we've seen in the last decade has required more than 50 different destinations from the airport within an hour's drive, and we're struggling with that. So, you know, we're working on it, and we're going to have to continue to build our product. We're going to have to continue to build our workforce. We're going to have to continue building those educational programs. We've built, in fact, at our meeting this morning with all our private investors, we heard that workforce is critical, that there's not enough engineers in the community. One company basically said he's trying to hire 100 engineers, and they're having to go find them all over the state of Texas and all around the Gulf Coast. So we need to start building our engineering programs. A&M is trying to do it, and I don't think we always have the state cooperation, because we can put money in through type A or B, but we need a match from the state, and we don't always get that. So I hate bringing that. This is more of a conversation. Do you want me to go back to the presentation, or you want me?
That's fine. It's a good conversation.
Yeah. So we track our employment levels. We're seeing a little bit of steady growth there, especially we're starting to see things like, when we say mining, logging, and construction, it's a lot of construction. We don't necessarily have mining, but it's related to the extraction of oil and gas, so that's how it's categorized. And then we're going to start seeing the recovery of leisure and hospitality. We're starting to see recovery and increases in professional and business services. So we're starting to see those engineering kind of companies. And again, trade, transportation, and utilities, that's all related to the port growth. So we're seeing some growth there. Ooh, that's a nice new switch we've just put in there. How about that? We see oil prices. We track all of those. We track a lot of data and report it in various places to government sectors. So you can start seeing the rig count is going up, was going up, and it continues to. We see the unemployment rate coming down. We're starting to see jobs being created in this market. Oil prices are fluctuating all over the place, but we're still seeing good activity in the Permian and the Eagle Ford. Something that I wanted to bring to your attention is it never gets the headlines or things like that. We do a lot of business retention and expansion work. We check in with the major economic driver companies in town, i.e. non-retail, so people that are either in manufacturing, office work, things like that. And we go visit with these folks. We hired a new business retention director last year, Christine Bryant, who's really good at this. And so we go out and meet with folks and talk with them and do structured interviews. And then we come back with information from the C-level executives here in town. So last year, as an example, companies, 61% of the companies we met with felt their sales were stable. About a little over a third were increasing sales, so that's a good economic indicator. Our community strengths, our business climate is very positive. Our customer supplier and accessibility is very strong. That's driving our economy. The location itself, and obviously that we'll find that from the manufacturers, especially in the energy sector. And then our community leadership is a strength, as is our building availability and cost. So you'll see some things, and we're going to be working on some things through the EDC with our quality of life programs. And then let's see, these are the weaknesses that we see. Government services, but that includes every type of government, including federal government and things like that. And, especially the second half of the year when it started, the federal government really started not functioning. We started hearing about that. One of the critical things we hear from companies, every single company or consistent theme among companies is availability and skilled labor. So we're going to need more skilled workers. We need more trained people. We need to build those training programs like process technology. We're doubling the size of our process technology program with Del Mar in the partnership with the Type A and B. So we're going to be doing things like that. And then there's other catch-all categories. Affordable housing is starting to pop up a little bit more than you'd expect from an economic development outfit, especially when you're talking to C-level executives, but they're starting to hear it from their employees. And when you get if you think about the movement over the last 5 or 6 years in affordable housing, 5-6 years ago it was 150,000. Now it's nudging right around the 200,000 level, and yet kind of median household income hasn't really gone up that much. And this is a national thing. Wages have been relatively flat even in growing economies, and we haven't seen that kind of catch up yet. So if you think about a family that makes, say, $60,000 a year using traditional financing mechanisms, 3 times income minus debt, that means they're looking for mortgages and houses in the probably 160, 170,000 range. And when your median family house is about 200,000, we need to be starting to think about as a community, not just the counties, the cities, all the folks putting together affordable housing programs so we can get those. When we talk affordable housing, we're not talking about somebody who has extremely low income. We're talking about the average worker, the average family being able to afford the average house. So we need to be starting to have that as a community conversation, I think. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I have a couple. Brent covered mostly what I was going to say, but I will just say this. We depend so much on the refineries, the oil and gas, the port, tourism, but we've got so many vacant buildings downtown. And I know you addressed that about trying to get corporate people here. You got a plan?
We're working on it. We're talking to a couple of folks. We've got, we're out there trying to talk to as many white-collar companies as possible. It's a hard business, actually. If you think about that, I used to build office buildings that was my profession, in a prior life with Trammell Crow and Grubb & Ellis. And I wouldn't be building Class A buildings anymore because you need to achieve such high lease rates on some of those. If I was doing it again, I would be thinking about large floor plate. Here's the way to describe it. 20-something years ago, like 80% of people had a private office and about 20% of people were in kind of open space. That's flipped on its head. Now companies are saying they want 80% open space and only the seniorest of the management and only there's only a couple of training rooms and things like that. So really obsolescence of function is kind of one of those things. If I was doing it again, I'd build cheap tilt-up, it looks like a Class B, it looks like you'll call it a Class A, but it's really a Class B tilt-up building on a probably 2 or 3 story large floor plate, kind of thing, and where you're achieving lease rates in the $15 to $17 range, as opposed to a Class A building where you may need to get to 30. So, it's a different, the market's changed so much, and quite frankly, I wouldn't advise a lot of clients to, unless you're really good at building it and managing costs, it's a hard thing to do.
But they're still sitting there, so
Yes,
hopefully.
ma'am. We're going to work on it.
Other thing, the type A and B funds. I believe the type B are the more flexible, correct? Yeah. So can you tell me a couple of things maybe you've done here recently with those funds?
Oh, yeah. Actually, we've got an item going before the city council today for another 400 and something thousand towards Small Business Development Center. We've expanded. If you remember, I think you were part of the city council when we talked about how do we get small companies qualified to secure those contracts, like a PTAC program, but instead of going for federal government contracts, like a procurement in a sense, for Procurement Technical Assistance Center. We wanted to make it so that small businesses can get some of the big jobs at some of refineries or when a major company's trying to hire folks. We're building that program and adding that onto the to the Del Mar program. It's essentially, they've got a lot of the skill set anyway, and we're doing that. We've spent about $2 million that's holding for industrial and civil engineering programs to be built at the university. We've just pushed $2.4 million into process technology program at Del Mar, because if you think about the number of retirements that are going on at all the industrial plants and the amount of growth that's coming, it's a huge issue. And if a kid can graduate at 20 years old with an associate's degree in process technology, all of a sudden they're making $100,000 a year with overtime as a 20-year-old with an associate's degree. That's pretty good. I mean, so we're working on a lot of things. We're really trying to build workforce programs. Rather than give direct incentives to companies through, say, a Type A, which may be a couple $1 million, I'd rather give the money to say Del Mar or the university or something. The optics look better, the performance is better, and lots of companies can get to benefit from it. You don't have to just have a single one.
Was the lighthouse on North Beach?
Yes, ma'am, it was. And well, it's not so much the lighthouse, but it's a reinvestment of the infrastructure that goes under the ground, which is an approved use. And the importance of that is that's in a very low-income area. It hasn't seen significant investment in a 20-year period and meets the standards for removal of blight and kind of reinvestment and redevelopment of the community. So, again, it can be implemented in those very low-income areas. If we can find a good program that meets the state laws, state statutes for removal of blight and targeting things to promote economic development, we'll do that.
Well, I love that project from North Beach. I think it's going to be a landmark, so I thought that was one of the
It was a little outside of the box. We had to figure out how to get there, but that area has really, really struggled, and it's got some flooding issues and some things like that. So, and I mean, we wanted to make sure that we were doing some things at play. Oh, and then the courthouse. If we've got, the prior group that had it, we've got the money still sitting there. If there's another group that needs some incentive, we'll take a look at it. We'll understand where the gaps are, and if we need to, we'll try and deploy our capital appropriately on that.
Thank you.
Ian, I want to kind of go to what Commissioner Chesney had mentioned, because that was one of my concerns and wondering when to bring it up, but this was actually, I think, a much better time and greatly put on the agenda right before our next item, is that diversification. And I know that's something y'all want and try, and we deal with what our strength is, basically what our community has to offer, our port, our connection down the I-69 corridor and rail connections and all of that. But I think that is important, and that's where the bond rating agencies are looking at us, making sure we're diversified. I remember back in the 80s, I was young and maybe not paying so much attention. I was in elementary, but I remember when we had the bust here, hearing my parents talk about family members or friends who were moving out of town because they lost their jobs or who were unemployed. And so we have to defend against that. We have to protect against that. And I think one of the ways is obviously like what you're trying to expand on, that final product, instead of just building the pellets or whatever, you're building up to the plastic component, whatever it's created. And I think that obviously goes to a much bigger issue, that if you've spent any time in public service, that issue has come up with the city of Corpus Christi and Commissioners Court and the school districts. And of course, economic development is, how do we, we have our kids that get educated here, but, do we have the jobs that they're getting educated on to be able to retain them here? So I know that's something y'all are aware of, and just something that, we need to continue to bring up and discuss and look at what ways can we support a slight change. I'm not saying I'll ever get fatigued, but I think that at some point I could, all the same projects, there'll be some point where I'll say, you know what, no mas. I will. I mean, I'm telling you that right now. I mean, I know it expands our economic base, but we also have to say, what are we going to do about these other jobs? And I tell people is those ancillary jobs come because the more workers you have working at these facilities, they need more doctors and teachers and insurance agents and all of that does add on and spill over. So I get that it is all connected, but I would love to see something, and I'm sure you're working on a ton of things that we're at some level of maybe getting or not, but that you are trying to find us things like that. So keep on trying, keep on doing it, and I'll continue to support it, but we can start talking more about diversification. That would be great.
Well, again, and I forgot to mention this, but we have to work within, we call it the 50% rule. So we won't bring in, as an example, let's say, I don't know, a Walgreens onto a specific corner, because all that's going to do is shift the sales from the existing CVS on the other corner. We find that we have to bring in those industries and those companies that are bringing in revenue from outside of our area. So we call it, again, the 50% rule. In order to receive incentives or tax abatements, things like that, they have to bring more than half of their revenue from outside. Otherwise, we're just displacing and we're stealing from somebody else within our market. If you think about it, how many, if we recruited another Toyota dealership, is the guy up the street going to just sell more Camrys or half as many Camrys? I mean, so that's kind of what we have to be very sensitive to. And we do a lot of due diligence and making sure that and there are companies that will get an incentive. But then, the importance is the audits that we do to make sure that we verify that they are bringing the revenue from outside. And we rear load all of the incentives, and that was something that we've talked about before at the County Commission, the City Council, various other. We rear load and performance base all the incentives, so we make sure that we're getting what companies say they're going to do, and it's integrity, it's corporate integrity. Do what you say you're going to do, and and do what you say and say what you do.
Well, what a cool conversation that we're having, because when I came back from college 100,000 years ago, we weren't even sure we were going to grow, and now we're debating on how we're going to grow, and that's a big paradigm shift. And I think the positive investment that has been made in this community in the billions over the last 10 years or whatever has been phenomenal, and I think the EDC has given everybody a good return. I think we've had this discussion, like John, we talked about, we've got to work on diversification, but we don't in any way, shape, or form want anybody coming out here thinking this was anything but a positive conversation, because it is. But I think we're trying to be leaders just like your board is, and trying to decide, okay, now we've got all this, and how can we diversify and make sure we had that whole, last board meeting, that whole cultural discussion about how we need to really figure out how to address attack the millennials, and what's the one after them, Generation X. There's some fun comment about the millennials versus the Generation X coming behind them, and so there's a lot of discussion going on at these board meetings, John. I think that you'd be happy to hear they really are working on it, and they really are looking at it, and they really are trying to, grab what they can grab that's out there to grab, and then also look down the road as well. So they're on the path, and it's a tough path, but they're on it. So.
I was just going to say, I wasn't at that meeting because
You weren't at that meeting. You were getting an award somewhere.
Yes.
Right.
They're just top 50 economic development people in the South.
Yeah, there you go. So I forgot to mention that. I should have.
Hey, Ian, it's a great presentation, and only because I'm mindful that we have so many other, but let me just say two things. If you wouldn't mind, and I know how valuable your time is, and you may not have had a chance, but would you be so kind as to stick around just for a few more? You're going to see there's an agenda item coming up. It's number 6 in this regular agenda. We're on number 3. If you can't, just tune in on channel
I have an item.
Channel
on the,
1300.
City Council agenda for a little bit.
Yeah, well, no worries. If not, I just want you to know that this is not a trick question. I'm going to give you one final question here. It's not meant to evoke a very long answer, just to get the facts, as they say, ma'am. and that is that without bias or prejudice, the Corpus Christi Regional EDC seeks, when it looks to work with a potential client, that you look to the region. In other words, that R is an optimal word in there. And therefore, your goal is not, or mission is to help Nueces County to the exclusion of San Patricio County, nor is it to help San Patricio to the exclusion of Nueces. Is that correct? And I'm sorry it sounds lawyer-like, but I am trying to achieve a point here.
Well, Your Honor, let me answer.
Okay.
We are very cautious about how we do it. We treat all our partners equally. And if you think about it, a company that locates in one area will have employees from the entire area, and they'll commute with it. You know, a company doesn't look at one county over another. They look at a region as a whole. That's where they're going to pull the workers from, the utilities from, things like that.
Yeah, you're doing a great job. It's really not meant to, it's just, I'm setting it up. I'm setting the stage for an agenda item coming up. I'd love for you to stick around for that discussion. If it doesn't work, we'll be able to get back to you quickly, but I wanted to make sure about
One
that.
thing I want to judge before he leaves.
Of course.
And, again, I'm going to be the voice, I guess, advocate for the young students that go to college or, graduating every day from college. And there's got to be something that would tell these companies when they come on board. I know we give them the abatement and all this other stuff, which is good. They have to hire so many people. But, these kids go look for a job, and the first thing they say, well, you don't have the experience. Where do we commit, have these companies commit that they will hire at least 5 or 6 interns that are graduating from college so they can stay here? We lose these students, they go somewhere else because they can't find a job here. First we hear they need to get educated, and we get them educated. Now we say, well, you don't have experience, and well, how did anybody get experience if they didn't start somewhere?
The interesting one is we are starting to see that kind of a couple of companies are more committed to it than others. Like Exxon as an example, they've got 17 or maybe it's now 20-something kids that they're giving internships, local kids from this area to Del Mar for that process technology program. And as soon as those kids graduate, they're going to be working for that company.
Well, it should
So,
be, I think
we need more companies like that.
Well, it should be part of the package, right?
You get into some granular things about levels of experience and some things. We can get into some legal issues on that, so, yeah.
Well,
But I understand what you're saying, yeah.
I mean, with the one abatement, I guess we can say no too, but, we just, it works both ways here, and they're coming here to make money, and I think that it's right to hire the ones we can from here, if not, give the chance those that are graduating from here, I get tired of sending somebody to a job and they say, we don't have no experience.
Well, we've started putting in all our incentive agreements that they have to give preference for local companies who are suppliers and things. So it may not be with the company directly, but all the suppliers and the companies that are building it. I think that the last one we looked at was, I just know the number off the top of my head. So Exxon, even though it's in San Pedro County, it has awarded 93 or 92% of their contracts so far to local companies within this area.
We got a young engineer right now.
We do.
Can't find a job, so we need to put him somewhere, so.
I think that's a professional issue with the engineer. This is the second time I've heard this morning, actually, about, and somebody else asked me about it, and it turns out, I think the engineering profession does a lousy job of almost apprenticeships, if you will, having a young graduate engineer kind of shadow a more seasoned one. And I'll blame Mr. Leindecker and his folks on that one.
Well, I tell you what, Mr. Leindecker has had some interns in his office, and I really appreciate that. And they've hired an intern also, so thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ian. So much more to discuss. Thanks, and thanks to the commissioners that take their time to go to those EDC meetings. And like I said, appreciate the opportunity to, maybe we should do a little, catch up with the other commissioners. Commissioner Chesney, if you'll kind of take, Commissioner, do your part to provide the background, because I bet every meeting there's something really valuable.
And that's where it's difficult, and that's why I really appreciate these, because, we have open meetings things too, and it is, and so when we have these reports, it allows me to pipe in what's going on and to do those kind of things, but I'm certainly happy to provide any other updates that I can as well.
Perfect. Okay, great. Welcome, and thank you for your patience.
Judge, you need to approve the contract for the item.
EDC contract?
It says, oh my gosh, at the very end, it sure is.
So moved.
And second, we have a second as well?
Yes.
And All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, thank you. There was money attached to that. Okay, thank you, Ian. We just got excited in your presentation. What a opportunity is for us to have Flatiron Dragados giving us a presentation on the new Harbor Bridge project.
Good morning,
Good
Judge,
morning.
fellow commissioners. My name is Julie Lugo. I'm the Public Information Assistant here on the Harbor Bridge project, and brought a couple of team members with me today who are going to help give you guys an update. I'm going to introduce Mr. Keith Armstrong. He's our project manager for the Harbor Bridge project, and our deputy project manager is Mr. John Palmer, and all three of us are going to go through a few of the slides with you.
Sounds great.
And we'll be happy to answer any questions you might have. Interrupt us.
Thank you.
It's up to you.
But before you finish, you have any intern jobs.
Yeah.
We were just talking about that when you brought that up, and
Yeah.
he's got some answers for you,
Sure.
Judge Hirsch.
That's great. Give us the update. We can't wait. We love these updates.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
And for Commissioner Gonzalez, Julie and I were just looking at my emails. I have 3 emails here for potential interns for this summer. We currently have 3 interns on the job between our accounting and out in the field. This summer, we'll be ramping up to 6. I'm going to start with some high-level stats on the job, and then John is going to fill in with our presentation. To date, we have poured 111,000 cubic yards of concrete out of the 300,000 on the bridge, so we're over 37% the way down the road here. We have, starting with our foundations, both of the main pylons, we have the 40 drilled shafts installed. The foundations are complete there. Moving on to our, out on the roadways where we have our precast piles, we've driven 911 out of the 1,800 piles on our foundations for the roadways, so we're about halfway through that. Moving on to footings, we've got 29 out of the 100 footings in place. In our columns, we have 96 out of the 500 column pours. Our column pours are about 15 feet high, and they range as you go up to the main span bridge. Our superstructure, we have cast 740 segments out of the 2,600 segments that are going to be out on the structure. And out of that, we have 21 in place. We put 1 span in place. We've launched our gantry over the weekend, and now we're ready for our next span up on the north side. We're starting our pylon lifts. We got 3 lifts in on the main pylons between the north and the south side, and then we've demolished 6 of our 6 out of the 20 bridges. That is the high-level summary of what we've got. John's got some pictures here of some progress on the job to kind of better to relate to the story.
Well, thanks for inviting us here. We enjoy sharing some of our milestones that we've achieved over the last several months. So I'll just run through the slide deck here and talk through those. So here's a picture of our precast yard out in Robstown out here. Right now there's over 739 precast segments that have been poured and they're ready to be installed. We'll probably accumulate up to about 1,000 segments out there is what we have storage for. And then at that point in time is when we hope that installation keeps up with, with the construction of them. Here's over there on the north approach over there. You can see the gantry crane there that we're using to install the precast segments and the columns that are out there. For those of you driving back and forth to Portland, you've probably seen some of those segments are erected in the air now. Here's the transport of some of the first segments. These weigh 130 tons each, and these were transported last fall, like October, September timeframe. These are the ones that are already up in the air out there. Here's the installation of some of the first segments, the anchor segments.
Oops, a video. Go back.
Oh, there it is.
It's just a quick video of it actually. What, maybe? Well, it's not playing on this. Sorry about that.
technical difficulties. Well, we can move past it.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's a quick overview
Mhm.
of showing the lift of the first span.
Yeah, so what it was showing was the lifting of the first few spans out there, and like I said, if you guys have been driving back and forth to Portland, you see them out there. And that first span is now erected, and it's been epoxied and post-tension, so it's freestanding by itself now.
Are you documenting the, kind of like a time lapse, Julie, so that we can produce something that over, a highlight video?
Yes, but because of the port security and all that.
Right. You can't fly in the drones?
Correct. Well, we do fly a drone, and he does have.
Yeah. I'm just thinking about for history.
Yes, absolutely we do.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry for the interruption.
This is on the south approach here, and here we're driving a lot of all the piling. This will continue on for the rest of the summer too, driving piles and pouring columns out there. This is the north cable stay footing. So when this is done, you see in the lower right corner here, that's how tall it'll be. It'll be 510 feet tall or something like that? Yeah. And on the south footing, the same thing. This one here is actually coming up out of the ground now, and we've actually made the first 3 pours on the south footing for the pylon. So that one here, in a short period of time, you'll start to see that one come up. You'll be able to see it maybe when you go across the bridge coming up into the air. This is the tower crane erected by the south footing. There'll be another one just like this over on the north footing. There's Comanche Bridge. Comanche Bridge will be opening up here soon. As soon as we finish the frontage roads on both sides of it, we'll get that opened up. Because in the foreground there, you can see the La Pond Bridge too. That'll be coming down. As soon as we get Comanche Bridge up and open, then the La Pond Bridge will come down. The Staples Bridge, this is a little bit older picture because the rest of the girders have been erected there, so they'll be working on finishing up Staples Bridge. And the Port Avenue Bridge, we've been working on the putting the piling in and putting the columns up and the abutments to get Port Avenue Bridge, along with the Nueces Bridge here. As soon as we get Nueces Bridge and Port Avenue Bridge up and finished, then late this summer, we'll be able to transfer traffic to the other side and start the other sides of Port and Nueces bridges. The Stillman Pedestrian Bridge, this is nearing completion. We should be wrapping this up here the end of this month or 1st of March, so pedestrian traffic can travel on that bridge. You'll notice too that this bridge is quite a bit different than the old bridge, whereas this one here spans all the way across the frontage roads too, so now they don't have to run across the crosswalks anymore. The traffic switch, yes, so right now, be late this summer of 19, we'll be switching traffic on Highway 37 to the other side of the road and start working on the other bridges. And the North Beach traffic switch will also too be happening in the summer of 19. Here's just some of the list of ongoing traffic impacts. The La Pond Bridge will be coming down here soon, and Comanche Bridge will be opening up. And they'll be starting here too also. Here in a few months, we'll be starting seeing utility work down along Leopard will start to be, so more and more Leopard will start to be torn up.
So are we on, and I know this is not meant to be a trick question, but I mean, are we on time? I mean, obviously there's always things that are unexpected and unforeseen, but do you feel comfortable that we're meeting the sort of the timelines that we set out for ourselves, plus or minus a few months, as they say? I mean, no one's going to hold you to a date, but.
Yeah, so we all know our contractual completion date was April of 2020.
Correct.
But due to weather conditions.
Right.
even other, third-party agency permitting processes, stuff like that.
Right.
Yeah, there is some delays we're talking through with TxDOT about that.
Do we feel good about 2020 though still? Possibly. Probably not. Okay. My belief is that our job as leadership is to, be effective communicators. And if we'll just keep communicating, we want to make sure that the community and the county knows what to expect. When they get mad at you? When you don't tell them. Right? So and I understand that because I had a little, again, not meant to be tricked, but I've been, also visiting with TxDOT, and I just didn't know, I knew we were going to be pushed back a little. I just didn't know if we could still say the 2020. I just loved that, 2020. But that's okay. 2021 is something, but we do need to stay in good communication with this office, Julie, as much as you can, because we certainly all owe a tremendous responsibility to being accurate. We go out there and make a lot of representations, and we want to be accurate.
And we're working closely with TxDOT right now.
I bet.
To come up with a new date, and so
Super.
hopefully that'll be announced here.
Right, and we do appreciate everything you guys are doing to bring this iconic structure to our community. I cannot wait, cannot wait.
In the spirit of that transparency,
Yes, sir.
Public Information Office, they do update our
Website?
with all the different traffic shifts, and it says when things are going out. So as John mentioned, we're working through things with TxDOT right now. As those get firmed up, we'll certainly be putting it out to the public.
Sounds good, Julie.
A couple of other fun
Yes,
things that we
okay,
did I don't know that our video will play, but I'll just run through it real quick.
okay.
We did launch a new website in August. This is an ADA compliant website. It has a ton of information for folks. We try to get traffic over there. We get analytics, and we do have a lot of traffic going to the website as well as our Facebook page. We're probably over 6,000 followers on our Facebook page, which is great. One of the good things about our website that we are trying to just stay on top of is the online traffic information. Every time we put out a traffic advisory, immediately it goes onto our website, Facebook, and Twitter. And, people are retweeting and sharing and going to our website. We've made it a lot easier to navigate through, the regional maps and the closures. These regional maps are there in case folks want to know, how do I get down to Checkmex from, down the street on Leopard. So there's a printable maps on there for, our folks to go on and print if they need to, or just to look in their area. Sidewalk talks, I know you've been to one of our sidewalk talks and you got to sign a segment.
Loved it.
We had to cancel the one on Saturday due to weather conditions. It floods out there in Robstown, so just for safety reasons, we went ahead and canceled that. But we do have one coming up Saturday, March the 30th, and we invite all the public. We try to put that out there for everybody to come out and listen about the bridge, how we're building, and to come and sign a segment. And it is actually a segment that's going to be placed on the bridge. So, of course, you're not going to be able to see your name on there, but you'll know that it's there. And that is again Saturday, March 30th. I don't think that the 4D animation video is going to play. You can try it, and if not, it is posted on our video. I'm sorry, on our website. Yeah, the QuickTime's not available. But this 4D animation is a really cool video. If you haven't seen it already, please go to our website and take a look at it. This is how to contact us. Loretta and I go out and do numerous presentations about the Harbor Bridge, and we do get a lot of questions about workforce, and the number one question is, are we keeping the lighting on the bridge? And of course, number two is, will you hire me? So there are a lot of questions that we do get asked, but those are the top two. But here's the information in case anybody needs to get in contact with us. But if you all have any other questions.
I have a quick one. Say you're demolishing 20 bridges and you've already done 6. What are y'all doing with the debris?
I'm not the engineer.
Just curious.
We've been approached by with the port in the city as far as taking the concrete rubble out to reefs out
Okay.
in the bay, in the Gulf there. Currently, the debris, we're working through the logistics to get a staging area for that, but that is a consideration.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the update.
Is there a 3D model that exists?
Yeah, actually, yes, and it's housed at TxDOT. It was at our office.
Yeah.
And it's now
Sure wish we had one here in Nueces County. I know it is, and I've often said, I mean, it's something that so many citizens come to the county here. I've seen a picture, but I just didn't know if there was one here in Corpus, at TxDOT. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. We appreciate you being here today. Noe, we have made you wait. You've been really patient. You know what? I hope you do think that. I think it's fascinating if you can spend some time with us, because you really do get a feel for your county in a very different way.
I want to spend more time with you now.
I know it.
I don't bore you to death. Noe Hinojosa, for the record, with the Stride Hinojosa and Company, serve the county as financial advisor. With me is Bobby Villarreal, and I'm assuming everybody has a little book that we put together for your benefit. Be frank with you, I haven't read the agenda item, but I'm assuming you want us to come in here and give you a dead overview and kind of give you a little tour of what we've done in the last 5-10 years, for that matter, and then where we are and where we're going. So basically, I left in this book on the very back the rating reports that were released by both Moody's and Standard & Poor's, and how S&P gave you a downgrade last fall, and how Moody's put you in I guess in a credit watch, a negative credit watch. And I know that comments were made about the concentration of industry and some sectors and so on and so forth. But I want you to just keep in mind that at the end of the day, when somebody lends you money and gives you this quality credit of AA or AA plus as you used to be, it's pretty much founded in two fundamentals of credit, and that is your willingness to pay and your ability to pay. So it's either you may have all the wealth, you may have all the great economy, but if you're not willing to pay, they're going to rate you on that, on your lack of willingness. Then when it deals to the county itself, you borrow money through literally two very simple instruments. Either you borrow money by having a voter authority financing, which is considered or is called a general obligation bond, or you do a certificate of obligation, which is what we've done here in the past. Certificates of obligation don't require a referendum. They do require you to post notice of intent to borrow to the constituencies by going out to the newspaper and publishing this notice. You can also do tax notes. You can do public property finance contractual obligations, refunding bonds, and so on and so forth. And what we've done in the county here, at least since I've been around and had the privilege of representing you well over 15 years, we've done COs mainly and refunding bonds. And when the credit is assigned to the county, you got literally four categories that they look at. One is your economy. How diverse is your economy? What are the median incomes? What's the unemployment? Things that you normally cannot control. A lot of it, you would agree, is driven by private sector, by demographics, by education, and so on and so forth. If anything, governments are seen by the private as you trying to, provide all kinds of incentives to attract them to come down here. But I'll say this to you, and I'm someone who's around the state a lot. I've seen a lot of investment in Corpus Christi, a lot. I mean, I think when you see the Harbor Bridge, and I hadn't seen it, so I took a picture of it so I can show it to my friends up in the Metroplex up there in Dallas. I mean, that's $1 billion project, shy of $1 billion project. We represent the Port of Corpus Christi. I think through your leadership there as chairman, we developed a CIP of about almost $800 million in dredging the channel. So it's another $800 million on top of that. Through your representation of the city, we have a CIP also there between water and sewer and streets of close to $200 million. I won't say enough about the Del Mar College, who happens to be another client of ours. We just did about $120 million of financings for them. The school district, I believe, is thinking about calling a referendum. So there's a lot of that going into place. And to make that kind of investment, I take my bets in that in about 5 years from now, Commissioner Chesney, our economy here should be more diverse. You know, so this causeway is just going to do a lot of things just by virtue of the fact that you're going to have bigger boats, and the dredging is going to be a lot more impacting. So that's what you're doing, and that's about, as a way, if you look at the ways of credit ratings, that's about 35% of your way. Finances, the way you run your budget, the way you run, the way the results are shown in your audits, that's about another 30%. The fact that you have policies on how much fund balance you should have and so on and so forth, then that's all important into the weighing of the rating, and I will put about 30% in there. Then the next one I will go with is your debt. Debt is about 20%. And there you see on page 2, pretty much are giving you an overview of how much debt is outstanding at this county today. You have borrowed, or for that matter, you have about $120 million currently outstanding. I think this is as of 2/11/19. I think at the end of fiscal year, you'll drop the debt by another $5 million, so you should be at about $115 million if you were to do nothing this year in terms of debt. That is supported that's supported by about $29 billion of property values. So when you look at as a ratio of that 120 to the 29 billion, is negligible. It's 0.4% for that matter, I believe. So you're in a pretty good position to, you know, the debt is not an issue for this county. We also keep in mind on that page 2, this column that says amount callable, about $73 million, and you'll see that in about 2020 you have about $8.8 million. In 2022 you got about $22 million. Today, counties and cities and local subdivisions that borrow through tax-exempt mechanisms, they're restricted as to when they can do refinancings. So literally 3 months before that date, we can refinance that debt, we can restructure in order to avoid impacting tax rate. You know, we talked earlier about the Senate Bill number 2, and I'm really inspired by the fact that you did vote in opposition of that. My personal opinion is that if that bill were to pass, very likely you're going to see an across-the-board downgrade of credits all over Texas. I think that when you have someone dictating, and I'm fixing to be in Austin tomorrow, I'm at an industry panel with Glenn Hager, the state comptroller, so can't wait to get into that discussion with him.
Yeah, is that on the 7 TAC points? Because, you know, that's pretty significant if that alone, it's one person's opinion, but if that alone could contribute to the downgrading of, holy cow, you know, what a,
Yeah,
wow.
I'm sure I'm going to make a lot of friends up in Austin.
Yeah, well, no,
But I'd rather have the friends right here.
If it's the truth, it's the truth, right?
Well, I mean, you guys have to deal with this unfunded mandates, but forget about unfunded mandates. Think about growth. You can't have it both ways. If you grow this community by, let's say, I mean, you've grown in the last, I think, 6 years by almost $10 billion, your property values, at least. Well, I mean, you expect your house that you bought 10 years ago, you paid $100,000, well, today should be $150,000. And you expect to pay more taxes. In fact, if you want a nice street in front of your house, or better police protection or fire protection, and all of that carries money. In fact, I was talking to your lawyer earlier, and if you look at the tax levy history of this county, and I'll get you to that page in a minute, the history of tax levy growth for the last 10 years, it's been at an average of 3.1%. If they limit you to 2.5%, there's no way you're going to be able to get that additional revenue of 0.6%. You're at 8%, and like the commissioner said earlier, you have that, and all you have is a tool to provide you flexibility, that if you need to go to 8% because you get a Harvey, you didn't expect it, property values dropped, then you have to go out there and raise more. Well, that's the limit. You can go up to 8, or otherwise you'll be rolled back. But I think this county historically has been pretty prudent about the way you all behaved, and it's at the local level. And I think that's the message that I suggest you convey up there, that you're on the front line. Like you said earlier, you talked to, the key here is communication, and you're in the front line with the constituency, and if you're being limited up there, it's going to come to you, and where else do you run? So, you don't have the ability to restructure debt anymore like you used to, because tax reform in 17 did away with refinancings for savings on an advanced basis. So you're being limited every which way. And so going back to debt, if you look at that graph that we have in there, and please stop me any moment you need to or you want to, you see that red line? That's your tax levy. Today, you collect a tax rate of about 4.4 cents for tax levy for debt service, and that 443 collects about a hair over $12 million. So if you put that red line all across, and they say, we're not going to grow that line anymore, we're going to keep the tax rate or the tax levy at that level, that's the way you're going to cover the debt. And the bars in blue and gray, the blue is your principal, and the gray is your interest. So literally between now and 19 and 27, 8 years from now, you're pretty much tapped out. I mean, you're pretty much at the same level of that tax levy. So anything that you do, anything that you would want to add or address, it will require a tax adjustment, a tax increase. In this particular,
I think it's important to repeat.
if you were to say, if you were to borrow, $30 million, just to put a number out there, $30 million is going to probably cost you about $1.6 million to $1.8 million in annual payments. Today, one penny, Dale, it's about $3 million, $2.6 million. So 2/3 of a penny will cover about $30 million, going out 20 years. So, and I will get into those issues as you go about discussing potential needs for either this year and subsequent years. I think one of the things that we haven't had at the county is a long-term plan of addressing capital needs. I know every time I come in here, I'd rather take the stairs than take the elevator, but I think it's good exercise. I'm trying to emulate Ed over there. The guy's lost some pounds since I first met him, and I think it'd be good for you, the court, to have an opportunity to have an overhaul or an overview of what were the needs, and then space them out. You're not going to borrow $30 or $40 million all in one chunk. I think the rating agencies will commend you if you have a plan, a capital plan, that talks about, okay, I think I need this on an emergency basis, on a needed basis, and on a wanted basis. You may have jail issues. I don't know. I mean, I'm just talking to you that as I go around the state, some counties, we did that financing not long ago for Hidalgo County. It was $120 million for a courthouse. It was done through a certificate of obligation. We're dealing in other counties with other, quality of life issues. At the end of the day, the rating agencies are expecting you to have a 5-year plan. And that's something that we've come short here. And I think as you develop that plan, then develop a debt model that will literally give you in advance, give your constituency in advance of what to expect in terms of a tax rate adjustment, if in fact one is needed. And
That's a good point. I think that's one of the things Judge Canales has been talking about with the CIP plan that she wants to do. Did she prompt you to say that? No, I'm kidding you.
I'm loving it. I'm sitting here.
I figured you'd like that.
Best day ever.
I think, we're only February the 12th, I think, and she's been on my case. We've had already about 3 meetings, and she's been very good.
I have.
That's good.
But I do want to
Right.
point out, because, I think what you're saying is just to go back a little bit in history, when this county was faced with a terrible decision because of Hurricane Harvey, particularly, and other issues, okay, not just that one, but that compounded it. And we did raise the levy. That would have been prohibited under a 2.5% cap rate.
That's correct.
I mean, think about that. And it was fought over, and it was very minimalized. It wasn't even what was really needed to restore reserves. And if I'm looking at all this right and hearing you correctly, it's sort of shocking that we would not have been able to help ourselves with that penny, a little over a penny.
Think about it like this, and it's almost like the stock market. When you buy a stock for $100, and then a month later, that stock went from 100 to 80. Well, how fast can you make in a return every year to make up for the loss from 100 to 80? And that can happen here, where you have an act of God that you just did not foresee. Your values go from 30 to 20 billion, God forbid. And then how do you make that up at 2.5%? How are you going to make that tax levy back?
You can't do it.
Now, you can make it up by exceeding that opportunity to roll back, but people will be out there lined up. How do you expect me to pay you more in taxes when I'm trying to fix my home and trying to do these other things I have to do? So that's the challenge that a lot of people are not addressing. And to go to Austin, it'll take me probably a month to just go, state rep by state rep and state senators. But you are the advocates, and you're hitting right on the head when you mention, hey, this is a local issue, and you should stay off. And that's, and I commend you for that. And to the extent that I can, I'll pass this on to other people up there. I think on page 3, you'll see after the graph, you'll see this is what we did last year, where basically we made it a point on the yellow column to make everything that we could to restore the savings account in the fund that is dedicated to repay debt. That fund was coming down pretty aggressively. If it's not for the restructuring, we would have been at a negative number. So now we were able to restore it by changing the principal payment structure, and we'll be back at $4 million in 19. I was very encouraged to hear from Dale that in 18 you're able to put another $2.5 million in general fund. That's going to be a positive, because for the previous years it's been going down. So 18 was good. Now we got to keep an eye on 19, and I'll have my comments on that in a minute. But having said all that, any questions on debt as we speak? Yes, sir.
Not a question, just a comment. I really, and I'm just going to jump in every once in a while as you're going, because it's hard for me to keep my train of thought going forward. But I was, in looking at the counties on I know you're going to your next slide, on looking at that next slide on how we were on debt, I really did find that was pretty compelling. When you say the debt's not an issue, that it's negligible in Nueces County, and that's really after taking on some debt recently, because I know that was, before I got here, that was this court's goal, was to get that debt way, way, way down, and it was way, way down. And then unfortunately, some of the debt we've taken on recently has been for much-needed projects, and that ADA settlement, that's where a lot of our debt has gone, and unfortunately, it's where it's going to continue. And no one likes debt, but it is good to see that we are pretty low on the debt scale in regard to counties our size and comparable counties.
And I will get into that in a minute, too.
Yeah, because it's not, and we all wish we could have zero debt, but I just, that's.
But I'll say this to you, Commissioner, the difference between us, and I'm going to include myself as part of being you, political subdivision.
Yeah, well, because we're in this because of you, so you better include us, you and us, because we've been doing this following your advice, buddy. That's right, you're on the boat and the limb and everything else.
I think I'd rather be in this hot seat than with my wife. So.
Yeah, right.
But I'll say this to you, the debt that you have is very different than that of the federal government. And that's where people get a little lost in the shuffle. Your debt is for capital projects. We don't borrow money to cure deficits. You don't have deficits per se. Operating deficits. You're running on balanced budgets. Every so often, the transfers out get a little bit out of line, and that's how we end up in deficits. But we don't go borrow money to cure that deficit. You go to the feds, that's what they're doing. They're borrowing through treasuries billions of dollars, and that's where people get lost. You're here 24/7. You have to be open. The jail has to be open 24/7. You have to have bargaining agreements. Healthcare is not getting any cheaper. Unfunded liabilities, pension funds, sometimes perform, sometimes they don't. So at the end of the day, when you borrow money, it's mostly, I would say 96 or 98% of the time, it's for capital projects. Roads, that was the biggest portion of our debt here in the past 10, 12 years, and then buildings. So, when I talk about CIP, when we talk about debt, it's going to be either for equipment or it's going to be for buildings. And every time that we go out there and borrow money for equipment, we always keep the debt literally at par with the life expectancy of what it is that you're buying or you're improving. So we're not out there in a limb, and so that's a good sign in terms of your debt. Then after this tab, if I may, I go to a section that the SEC, the Securities Exchange Commission, came up with a rule called the 15C-12 rule. And this is an effort required by this commission so that we can inform investors or buyers of your bonds on an annual basis on how you perform. And in this particular page one, and we do this, on your behalf, we're looking at a 2017. That is the most recent audit that has been officially approved by the county. So it's very important for you to have a county auditor or an independent auditor that provides you with an audit report 6 months after the fiscal year has concluded. So when Mr. Ashley is here before you telling you, hey, we got to hire this auditor, we got to do this, it's because we're running against the law of having to have an audit report by March 31st. So this goes back to 17. When the report is provided to us by Mr. Ashley, we will then prepare this document, submit it to a national depository in Virginia, so that any investor that buys your bonds looks at this data that is coming out of the audit. So in essence, at that time, if you see there's a little number, interest and sinking fund, 93017, $3.25 million, 3.273. That number is your savings account in your fund that pays your mortgages, your debt. And that number was going to drop in 18 pretty significantly, and in 19 even more, to actually negative. So we had to do the restructuring to restore that savings account of $3,273,000. And then you'll see there the ratio total funded debt to taxable assessed value. I told you about the debt being negligible. You're at 0.45%. A county of this size it shouldn't give you heartburn to be at a 1.1, 1.25 as a ratio of your debt to TAV. So you're below that. So we make it an effort that as you borrow money, that we don't have you borrow money at a faster pace than the way you're paying it off. So you want to keep it level or even. Then on page 2, this is a history of your property values by categories since 18. We of course have 19 on the books. That's what you have a budget working on right now. If you look at the bottom line of each of those categories, you'll see net taxable assessed value, $28 billion. Well, in 19, you're about $29.5 billion. So as property values go up and you keep the tax rate the same, well, you're going to go up in proportion to that property value. But if you increase the tax rate, then that's where the 2.5 versus 8% it starts to matter. What's important here is you look at 2014, and at the bottom, you'll see right above the bottom line, the net value at the time was $21.5 billion. Right above that, the exemptions were $4.9 billion. Those exemptions in 14 compared to today, you're now at $10.4 billion. You're exempting $6 billion more than what you were back 5 years ago. So what does that do? Well, that also reduces your amount that you're able to collect, and because you're exempting and providing abatements to people. So whenever you have an abatement policy, make sure you're consistent, because as you go about providing abatements and more abatements, you start setting a precedent, and that can get a little hairy because you're going to be exempting people that maybe you shouldn't have done that, I guess. But on the other hand, you're also trying to stimulate the economy, so you're trying to do the right thing there. Take you to page 3, and this is again a 10-year history from 09 to 18, and there basically the third column from right to left, you'll see that in 10 years, the highest you ever were was in 2017, when you had $128 million over the last 10 years. And there, the point to make, I think that's when we did the ADA loans. And then it dropped to 120. In this year, if you do nothing, it'll drop to 115 million. And I think the next column, debt to taxable assessed value, we keep an eye on that. Despite the fact that you had more debt in 17 than any other year, your debt to TAV ratio was only 47 basis points versus 66 basis points back in 09. What does that mean? That Back in those days, you had less value, you had more debt as a percent of your value in property taxes. And today, to get you there to 66 basis points, like you were back in '09, you can probably add another 20 million or 30 million, and you'll be matching the way you were back in '09. And if I take you beyond '09, like 1999 or whatever, I'm sure we can have even higher numbers of the debt as a ratio to TAV. What does that mean? What that means is that as you go about claiming to address your issues, we look at all those numbers so that you don't look too far out there, that you're not too much of an oddball. So when we're out there talking to a Moody's or an S&P, we're saying, well, back in 2009, these were our ratings. And if they were a AA plus or whatever AA, and they're thinking about, like right now, Moody's has you at a AA2, and you're a negative credit watch. Well, what's the next step? Well, the next step is going to be they take you to a AA3. And that's okay. The issue is, as long as you stay in the AA category, that's okay. When you get from a AA to an A, the impact on your borrowing rate is going to be close to 10 to 12 basis points, 0.1%. And when you go borrow out 20 years, that's costly. So a AA2 to a AA3, the impact may be about 4 basis points. It's not really that significant. And sometimes that happens at the expense of I'd rather take care of the business than keeping my rating. I'm not suggesting that whatever you do is going to lower your rating. I'm very encouraged by the fact that in my brief conversation I had with Dale earlier, that your fund balance took a turn for the good. So if we stay on track in 19 and we don't dip into the savings account in the general fund, and we keep it at that level or increase it maybe $1 million or $2 million, they're looking at trends. They're not looking at your results on an annual basis. They're looking at your trend. And we were for years in this trend, taken away from Peter to pay Paul, that kind of thing. And it was just, like the commissioner said, it's just pennies and nickels and cents and whatever. At the end of the day, they're looking at the bigger picture and how all that plays, and those are your finances, which plays a big role in your credit.
And no, on this, and I wasn't joking when I told you kept me up late with homework on your presentation alone. I mean, I tried to do as much as I could, and I've heard these before, but realizing that today's presentation is really important. We have a lot of opportunities to decide and turn where we want, but I think that this really sets up what we look at and what we're going to plan for as we go dealing with the budget and just policies and decisions that we make as a court. I'm reassured to hear that you're saying, as long as we stay in the double
A category,
AA, that we're good. But when you're looking at this, I mean, you're not just talking Moody's, you're talking S&P, and you're talking, this has a bearing, or this is all dealing with, is this the INS or this M&O as well, or how does this all work?
This is totally INS.
INS.
But the INS is only that third column.
Right.
When they give you the credit quality, is on not only your debt, it's on your finances. Finances has nothing to do with debt. That is just is taken totally by itself. Finances have to deal with, do you put a budget in time? Do you approve it? Do you raise taxes when you need to? Do you cut? Why do you cut? It's okay to cut taxes, but are you cutting the taxes at the expense of postponing agony, of kicking the can down the road by not? I mean, I represent the City of Dallas. City of Dallas went from a AAA rating to a AA rating because they did not want to address capital needs, and that was just a policy. And then, unfortunately for Dallas, Moody's and S&P started moving their analysts to Dallas, so they have offices there. So their neighborhoods were full of potholes, and now they're back into addressing those needs. So you have to be mindful that when people talk about debt, what are you borrowing the debt for? And when we talk to the rating agencies, we specifically tell them, here's what the debt is for. We're going to buy this equipment, or we're going to do this roads, we're going to do these buildings, and short of doing a new building or short of doing a new road. And that's, so going back, Commissioner, I think what I'm showing you here is one component that plays into the bigger component, that if you want to deal with economy, well, your job is to stimulate the economy by being an attractive city, an attractive county to move into. And then the fourth component is management. Management in terms of, in this particular case, we've had Mr. Waterman for quite a number of years, and then he retired, and then we had Kristen. Dale was here. Dale has been here for quite a number of years. The court, we had one change with Judge Canales coming in, and then Commissioner coming over too. But the fact that you all have public policy experience matters a lot. This, what we're doing today, is again part of that process. I normally speak to political subdivisions when they're going through the budget process to kind of remind them, okay, where are you going with this thing? The thing that we've never really had an opportunity to talk about is a 5-year plan, a 10-year plan. And that was the first thing that Judge came hard on me or on us.
Well, and I agree with you. When I start looking, it's a matter of perspective, right? I mean, I'm sitting in the chair, and 4 basis points, you're right, isn't going to kill us, so to speak. But what I look at, and when I decided to try to, become a leader in this court, is I look at trends too. And I didn't like that the trend was going in the south direction. And so while 4 basis points doesn't seem monumental and we're still in the AA category, my concern is God forbid we have another, act of God in the summertime when our cash reserves are not fully, they're trending in the right way. I love where we're going, but we're not at that 25% level yet, and we cannot afford to take another hit. So it all looks good, but if we have not planned for the future and our capital infrastructure takes yet another hit, I'm just afraid that the trend is not in our favor, and that's why I want to look beyond. But I think, it seems that you sort of bring both good news and cautionary news. And I think that's something that we need to really be mindful of.
That we've done too with Dale here recently is look at his budget and see how much money he's spending on maintenance expenses. Maintenance of vehicles, maintenance of equipment, maintenance of buildings. Because a lot of times if you restore some of those things, if you buy equipment, well, they come under warranty, you don't have to repair them as much. So we're looking closely at how much you're spending there out of your operating budget, so that if you're spending, let's say, $3 million, well, maybe you sacrifice out of the $1 million. Continue to spend $2 million, but with that $1 million, you may be able to finance $8 or $10 million, depending, what it is that needs to be repaired. And those are the kind of things we're looking at. On page 4, there's a column. This is a history of your tax rate for the last 10 years. In 2009, you were levying a tax rate of 35.5 cents. Today, you're at 31.31. That's the 19 budget. I'm sorry. Don't mind. Come on over and kick me. But don't kick me too hard, Diner. But in any event, there on page 4, you'll see that the tax rate in 18 was 37.99. Well, this year for 19, you're at 0.3131. Your debt tax rate is still the same at a 4.43. That's 19. The M&O rate is at a 26.49. So you had an increase, as Commissioner said earlier, 0.6 of a penny for the general fund. What's important to you is the tax levy column. Look how much you had levied back in 2009, and that's the 6th column from left to right. This is tax levy column. In 2009, you were levying $66 million. And today you're levying $85 million. So if you take that 85 number and divide it by 66, that gives you about a 28% increase over those 9 years. And so if you divide that 28% by 9, that's how I came up with the 3% and change. So if they come to you and tell you, we're going to limit you to 2.5% growth, you're dead, and you're not necessarily dead. You're going to continue to operate, but you're not going to be able to do the 3%. And that's Nueces County, one of the most conservative counties in the entire state of Texas. We don't have a lot of counties like you out there. Some other counties don't spend, they grow more than you, and they're spending a lot more than you. So the issue is, if you're having an issue, you can just imagine how the others are about to face. The problem with you is, as you're fixing to grow with the causeway, with the dredging, with the schools being around, and then you get hit by an act of God, FEMA's not going to be here to bail you out right away. It's going to take time. and you're here holding the line, and where do you go with it? So it's not very pleasant news when we face that. So 2.5%, to give you an idea, 2.5% of $85.5 million allows you to work with an additional $2.1 million. If you wanted to raise taxes and not subject that to a rollback rate, you can only work with $2.1 million.
Let me ask you something real quick, because I want to go back to what we were talking about a minute ago, because I think this report is really compelling, and I like John. I've read this report. We've done this before, and I stayed up last night the same way and actually left the copy last night, so I had to come read it again. No, I left it by my bed last night, and I had to come back and do it again this morning to go back through it all. But I think there's some really important notes in regards to this stuff where the reasons, there's reasons for everything. And this report really clearly articulates the reasons why some of that fund balance dipped for a while, and they were unusual circumstances, not excuses. They're unusual circumstances. Some one-time costs that hit us that we didn't anticipate, and some storm costs that are yet to be reimbursed, that we will get reimbursed. So those were, as this report really points out, the reasons we had kind of a temporary dip in those reserves. And then we, as a court, jumped on that very quickly and made some changes and did some things that did allow us to put an additional $2.4 million in our fund balance for 18, because we realized the importance of doing that. Now, as Judge Canales very well says, we're nowhere near out of the woods. We've got to continue to go down the path that we've been on, and that capital improvement project list that she's talking about, I think, is a great idea, and that 5-year plan that y'all have come up with is a great idea that we need to do. I do think it's important for the public to understand when we're going through this. There were some things that just happened, and we can't anticipate everything. We can try, and that's what reserves are for. Reserves are for rainy days, and we had some real rainy days. We used some of those reserves for those things, and then we started to build those reserves back up like we as good, responsible people are supposed to do. And I think we're on that track, and I think Judge Canales has a great plan for moving forward in regards to that plan. Now, the 25% policy, okay, I got a little heartburn with that myself.
You mean the fund balance?
Yeah, so, you're
ahead of me right now.
Well, I am, but I thought you were gonna. I was a little afraid you'd pass by it because you talked about it and then we went on through it. So I was kind of waiting for you to get to it. But the what I hear and what I've determined is a lot of counties have a policy that's a little less archaic and specific, and they say a 20 to 30% range, or they have a policy that doesn't.
It's on page 9, by the way.
Tie them into a specific number. And what was brought up prior to Judge Canales being here last year was, well, should we update that policy? And I'm not saying, again, to do it so that we have the ability to get away from that number, but a little more flexibility in that number so that the ratings agencies don't point out, well, you're not meeting that specific 25% number. If we had some more flexibility in that policy, would that be prudent, would be my question to you, because again, in this report, the way I read this report is it really says it's your economy. I mean, the reason we downgraded you mostly was because the economy, and I don't know what to do. I mean, I know we all try to generate that, but we can't do anything with that with our budget. We can only do what we can do with our budget. So how do we get around that with a rating agency when they say you're too reliant on the petrochemical, and now I don't even know how to deal with that.
Yeah, well,
Hold on, there's an agenda item coming up if everybody will be patient.
Yeah.
I got an answer.
Oh, okay.
Well,
No, I mean, it's coming up.
No, right. No, and I'm good. I'm
Yeah.
glad with that. But I mean,
Well,
I would like you to address the 25% policy and what's your, I mean, what do you, if we went in and said, we want to have a range of a 20 to 30% reserves, or something that was not as specific as 25%, how do you think that would be received in the financial markets?
Well, there's a page, as you go forward after this section, page 9, then I have you compared to 25 other counties across the state, the largest counties. And there's a second page of that comparable. You'll see, not that, but on that one, you'll see a barometer that I keep track of at the very bottom you see rankings. And as it pertains to your fund balance, in 2017, now these are 17 numbers because I'm only going by audited numbers in this particular case. So when you all get there, let me know. But in that particular column of general fund balance, you were at $16.5 million in 2017. Today, by virtue of what you did in 18, you're going to be at 19.1 million. And when you look at that number, and you look at my ranking at the very bottom, you're 23 among the lowest with a savings account of 16.5 million. So couple that column with that previous page 9, when we got to 17, your numbers were trending downwards. Your savings account was being depleted. And that's what caused them to react, that 17 was literally the second or third year where the trend was going downward. These guys don't give you, or ladies, because a bunch of them are ladies analysts, so forgive me for that. And I know you both are keeping an eye on me on that. But we get into arguments every so often too. They're looking at that trend, and they normally don't hit you with a downgrade unless you've done it at least twice, 2 years in a row. But on the third year, they're going to get you. So that's the beauty about the 18, that we turn it around. So going back to your question, Commissioner, my personal observation is that the economy is something you cannot control, but this you can. And if I instituted, or if I helped in instituting a 25% policy as a percent of your general fund expenses, not revenues per se, in this case I just compare it to revenues, but as of expenses, is because of your proximity to the Gulf, because of your proximity to acts of God. I mean, I represent Zapata Island, Texas, Brownsville, Texas, and all of our clients along the coast have to be strong in cash. The Port of Corpus Christi can't tell you how much cash they have, but it's pretty significant, and a lot more significant than $16 million. What made them a little nervous, despite the fact that at the end of the fiscal year, we ended up that Harvey really didn't cost us as much as we thought in property values. I mean, they cost us, but we also made it up with growth in other areas. The rating agencies didn't know that. The rating agencies go only by what's in the newspapers, what's being said. And if they look at your balances as meek, coupled with the INS fund balance being $1.5 million, they're going, oh my God. They're going to put those comments right there on the rating agencies on the rating reports, because they'd rather take cover with a more macroeconomic issue than your fund balance. But if I'm you, I still stand by what I gave as a recommendation, I think 10, 15 years ago, that you should be at 25%. We're not there yet, but we will work it out in the next 2, 3 years or 5 years. That will be part of the CIP plan, the debt model plan. How do we preserve that fund balance? But here, unfortunately for you, when you come up there and say, well, here, I'm going to borrow this money, this is what I need, but you're not going in there just by yourself. They're looking at you, and they're looking at the other 25 counties. They look at you not only on your fund balances, they look at you on the previous page on property values, on how much geo debt you have. And if you look at the previous page, the very bottom barometer, you literally, the rankings, you're number 10 among the top 25 with debt. You're number 9, debt per capita. You're number 12, you're more like a yellow than a green, and debt as a percent of TAV.
Which is good. Which
is very good. That's where you want to be.
Right, and just to, not to overkill this issue, but the purpose of the 25%, as I see it, is this is where you have to know your numbers for what it would take to operate, right? So what it translates to is so many days of operation. Again, God forbid something, catastrophic would happen. And so for us, the debate is a good one and a healthy one, Commissioner Chesney. We just need to keep working at it. But I still maintain that 45 days is way too low. And therefore, the 25% brings us up to an acceptable, time frame that this county could operate fully in capacity if there were a catastrophic situation. This is what we really need to think of, is the percentage means something. But the tables that you've presented us tell the tale. And the rating agencies aren't foolish, right? So when they see that you've changed your policy, from 25% to a range, they're going to know that that is also an indicator that we're trying to slide ourselves down so that we look like we've met our, in other words, that might fly if we keep doing what we're supposed to doing and trending upwards. But I'm not so comfortable just yet. I want to, the rating agencies, by the way, I was going to confirm this with you, they give us another chance at the end of 2020 or mid, or like the fall of 2020? Is that when they'll come back to us?
Oh, no, I mean, if
I'm sorry, 2019.
if we borrow money this year,
They'll come and re-rate.
they'll re-rate us. I think the one that I'm concerned about is Moody's, that they, they have a negative outlook. When we have
Right.
the audit will show the change in the trend. I'm pretty confident you'll be fine. Of course,
Okay. So they'll look at us in the fall.
I made that statement, but we'll fight them,
Right.
as we should. You never know with these people. What I wanted to tell you is that when you go over to page 9 of the previous segment,
Okay.
this is your 5-year history through 17, not through 18. We don't have 18 yet. But through 17, and you look at the bottom line, in 13, we had 21.5 million, then we had 22 million, 23.5, and then from 23.5, we dropped to 22 million, and then to 16.5 million. And that big hit is what gave them heartburn. Now, your heartburn and their heartburn are two different things. I mean, you have to deal, you're on the front line, you have to tell the constituency what you're doing, and their heartburn is more about, here's my criteria, you gotta behave. If you're a AA plus, like you were by S&P, they expect you to behave as such. And when that trend occurred, in this particular case, 2 years, you got nicked. And then they don't know that 18, we're gonna make it back up to 19.1. But why are we making it back to 19.1? I think part of the financing we did last year included what otherwise would have been an expense in your operating budget. There was somewhat of an adversity to borrow money here. And that's okay, as long as you don't do it at the expense of the bigger picture, and that is that, if you're not gonna raise taxes by borrowing money, you should be fine. And that's always what we try to do, is leaving the tax rate, what we have, the tax levy, keep it at that level. The question here is gonna be, when you go now and address, I don't know, $30, $50 million, if you do a jail, who knows how much that will cost you? I mean, those are issues that may require a referendum or whatever, but at the end of the day, those are real heartburns, and you're gonna have to face them probably in the next 3 to 5 years, and that's part of the CIP. So if I'm an analyst, and you come to me, well, here's my policy, I'm trying to restore fund balance, I already did the INS fund balance restoration, but I want to borrow 30 because I need 30 now. Well, they're gonna say, well, what are you gonna need the year after, or the 3rd year, or the 4th year, or the 5th year? So that's where I thought, talking to your staff, Judge and Dell, and then public, Mr. Pimentel?
Yes, sir.
Try to put together a general, with your help, each commissioner, with your help, tell us, hey, here's what we're looking at, needs. And then once we have all those needs, then we shoot you a debt model, and then you say, oh my goodness, I gotta prioritize those needs. We don't really need all that. And that's where you get into what is very extraordinary urgent, and what is not, and what is a want. And, those are the kind of things that we do. But you're in a good position, as long as you recognize that whatever you do, it may require a tax rate increase. And going back to the 2.5% rollback rate, the 8%, 2.5% rollback rate only gives you $2.1 million to work with. 8% gives you about $7 million. So if you deplete your fund balances, going back to the issue of catastrophic event, if your tax levy is at $90 million and you had a catastrophic event and you had to take care of things that you were not envisioning, how are you going to be able to recoup the opportunity to get back some more money so that you can replenish your fund balances when you're subjected to that 2.5% versus an 8%? That's going to be less likely. That's why what you're doing is very prudent. So having said all that, then I'll just go back to the top 25 comparables. And this, if you look at the ratings, you're a AA2 by Moody's, AA by S&P. You're number 15 in the rankings, out of the 14. So you're really not outside of, they didn't downgrade you because of the economy. I think it was more we're looking at everybody, and Nueces was an oddball out there. And then when I look at everything out there, the fund balance is staring at me as a trend. Somebody said in the senior committee of S&P, we need to make this change, and that's I think what they did. Going back to taxable assessed values, this is a 17 number. Today you're 29.5 billion, so that's a good number. It's going the right direction. Fund, your geodebt service is, like I said, negligible. You go over to the next page, the tax rate. You're at 31 cents today, but in 18 you were at 30.8 cents. You were the sixth lowest county with the lowest tax rate. So you had, and when you look at that 30 cents, then you think, okay, who's the next highest? Well, you're going to have some people like Lubbock at 35.8, that's 5 cents higher than you. Jefferson at 36.5 cents, Ellis at 35.90. So the next highest is like a 5 cent differential. So in business, I'm in the private sector. So when I'm out there competing with somebody, I don't mind getting the account, and I don't mind working with you on a fee, but I want to make sure that I'm not giving the house away, the farm away. You are, in a way, by being sold on the tax rate, you may be sacrificing part of other things that you could be doing in terms of staffing or whatever. But again, it's something that you all need to think, and I know some of you are business people here, so that's something to look at. That the tax rate, it's a very good tax rate.
So how does Dallas stay so low?
Bingo. Dallas, if you come up, the city of Dallas, if I were to show you the top 25 cities, and Dallas is one of our clients, like I said, the city of Dallas has probably one of the highest tax rates. Why? Because Dallas County really doesn't do as much in terms of infrastructure. The roads, basically all they do is courts and jails, because the city
Absorbs everything else.
bears the burden of having to deal with services.
What we really need to do is get Corpus Christi to keep annexing the rest of the county, and then we can, anyway, just a thought.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I'm glad you're smiling.
I was going to say, and on that note?
Yeah. And on that note, but anyway.
No, this is terrific. Commissioners, the agenda does not contemplate any action. It's simply a presentation, an overview, but I hope you can see where we're headed. I think that I would really like on our next agenda to bring before you the concept of instituting a CIP plan. And I will be bugging you because there's many ways to do a CIP plan. There's sort of I'm going to call it I don't even know the cars anymore but anyway, there's the Prius version, right? And then there's the Cadillac, Rolls Royce. There's a lot of different ways to tackle the CIP. The Ford, thank you. But the Fords are expensive now. But anyway, the point is that there are different ways to tackle a CIP, and we need to present some options to the commissioners so that they can really see that investing a little today will pay tremendous dividends tomorrow. And of course, a capital improvement plan will take the help of all of us. So anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Noe.
Thank you. No. Boy, I'm really mindful of the hour, and we are doing the best we can. And but guess what? I'm going to now move to the legislative agenda. And Tyner, in the interest of their valuable time having sat here, and if there's others, please let me know. But I see we have Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries here with us. Yes. And I'm going to try to get the number. What number is it? Number 4. Thank you, Ms. Jimenez.
And Judge,
go ahead and start us off while I get all my papers here.
what I wanted to do, and I know that we had a meeting while the agenda was posted in Austin, and there's a lot of legislative things going on in the background. But at the time of posting, I knew that the judge wanted to add something, and I knew that Commissioner Matas wanted to add something to the legislative agenda, and I think that this will grow as we move forward. There's some things that we presented to the local delegation on Friday that we didn't know what that looked like yet, just like we don't know what the LPPF looks like yet.
You're right.
So I got some good feedback from the senator's office that they're looking at some of the bills that we came up with last week. And I don't know how far you want to go into that, but what I have before you today is I've added number 29, and I don't know if Commissioner Matas wants to speak a little bit about that.
Thanks, Tyler. So one of the things I'm going to be bringing to the court soon is there's some counties in Texas are doing a small business grant or development grant for existing businesses that are out there that are in unincorporated areas who don't receive the ability of a economic development department from a municipality to help them out, grow or seek additional funding that doesn't cost them. So this program, it's been successful, and there's a lot of research that's already been done on it. But basically, what I'm asking is that the Texas Government Code 381.004, it's about community economic development programs, and I know that goes into some of the work that the judge is working on. But this is kind of separate in that I'm going to create a pilot program this year that in Precinct 3 would use some of my funding to be able to use as a catalyst for economic growth for small businesses. So say you might have a mom and pop business, say in Banquete. Well, they may not have the ability or really maybe the desire to go and seek out a loan, but say they maybe want to pave their parking lot or create a drive-through window that maybe that cost is just too prohibitive. But that would maybe spur more growth within the community and for their business. So I'm asking that the language be changed ever so slightly to the Texas Government Code 381.004 that would include incorporated municipalities with populations of 10,000 or less. So if you look at communities like, say, City of Driscoll, City of Agua Dulce, well, they're cities and they can operate as economic development. They may have some arm of that, but really, what is the funding that they can put, or are they even able to afford that with their budgets? It even includes cities like Bishop or Port A. But for now, I just want to be able to kind of test the waters, see if this works, and maybe it's something that we would all be interested in and looking at in a future budget to support. So this is just some slight language that I would assume is not too controversial, and I appreciate our county attorney for helping me with this. She felt, we could do it, obviously, in unincorporated, but with my idea of including small towns that maybe not have that ability, that it was important that we change this language. And like I said, it shouldn't be considered controversial. It's just a minor tweak to the Texas Government Code, and so that's why it's on here. And like I said, I'll be bringing this forward to you all soon, once we get this worked out, so hopefully maybe sometime in the summer or early fall that we'll have this rolled out as a pilot, and then we can look in the following year to do something bigger. But and I thank Tyner for helping me with this as well.
And we actually communicated with Representative Herrera's office yesterday. Already got something submitted to Ledge Council to look at this. It may not look exactly like this by the time we get through, but we'll figure it out. And they've been waiting here all day. One thing that was important to the judge, and I think the judge can expand on this, but I've been going to Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries meetings for 15 years plus. And I know what they do. I sit on them for the judge, and now I know how interested Judge Canales is in this program, because she knows, being a port commissioner, how much they do for industry and mitigation. We're not asking for county money.
Right.
We're asking for a way for us to help them get state money.
That's correct.
And so I've added attachment A, and they may want to say something.
Yeah, if you
Come on
want to, come on up. Let me set the stage as you guys come up. The idea here is that there is an opportunity to use our resources to help Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries to expand, we hope, monies that TCEQ already appropriates to CBBEP, but, it's just never enough. And we're doing such great work, and it's not even just in the Coastal Bend. I mean, it's just a regional effort extending to so many different counties. I was really scared, was it a year and a half ago, when they made a decision at the federal level to just cut out National Estuary Preserves, all the funding, and that funding was matched by state funding. So even if the state at that time wanted to help us, they weren't going to be able to. We ran up to DC, got a big old, conference room and begged and pleaded, and it wasn't just us, thank goodness. There's 18 in the country, and we're one of these pristine, amazing ecosystems that we protect, and I just can't say it enough. You go too much under the radar, and I know that your budget does not allow for a legislative consultant, so ours are happy to help, because this is such a positive, positive effort, I think, community effort. But tell us just a little bit, and that way the commissioners will know what a great opportunity this is to advocate for you.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners. My name's Dr. Kirsten Stanzel. I'm the Director of Partnerships with the Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries Program, and Leo Trevino, our Deputy Director, is also here today. And we just appreciate the opportunity to come and even talk to you about this. As the judge said, we're looking to hopefully get some support and partner with the county to push forward our legislative agenda, which is essentially an increase in our state funding, as the judge said, that comes from TCEQ. So we have the program started, in the mid-'90s with the designation of the Corpus Christi Bay and the surrounding area as a National Estuary Program. And as the judge indicated, we get funding from the federal government as well as the local governments and even private industry. But the state also plays an important role in that. And we have essentially been level funded from the state since we started the organization in the mid-'90s and since we became a nonprofit in 1999. So we're looking to hopefully push for an increase in that budget to respond to, we've heard a lot of talk today, conversations and discussion about the growth that's happened in this area. And obviously that growth is great, but also could put some strain on our natural resources. And so we want to make sure that we're doing our job as well as we can to respond to that growth and make sure that we accomplish our mission, which is essentially to keep a healthy bay for the future generations in this area. So we just, hopefully, we appreciate the opportunity to be part of the county's legislative agenda and just are asking for your support in that way.
And the grants that you helped develop, Kirsten, is just really phenomenal. And just as a point of reference, there's a $22 million grant from U.S. Fish and Wildlife that Coastal Bend Bays and Estuary, has been asked to administer. I mean, this is just the type of magnitude of projects that they have the confidence in, whether it's the Audubon Society that kind of has said, you guys are in charge of birds and habitat, and this is not about, helping after a storm. The work that you do on a daily basis is just magnified by the balance that it creates for all of us here. Industry cannot exist without you, and I don't want to live here without you. So it's really important. I want us all to be messengers about Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries, but to me, this is an easy thing to provide, but it needs to be a part of our legislative agenda. And so I would ask and urge my fellow commissioners to make a motion, not only to support, how do you want it? Do you want it in two, Madam? I mean, for both. Is that okay? Is there a discussion?
Yeah, just quickly, I'll make the motion, but I want to add to it, Judge. I think this is great. I can't even stress how much Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries helps the Coastal Parks Department and all the things that they've done. Y'all have done great work in that, and we really appreciate you. That was another area that, unfortunately, the county doesn't, in my opinion, fund Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries enough. We have tried to increase that a little bit over the years. I think I saw it on your list this year, Judge, to put it on, and I think I did too. And Bays and Estuaries does for this county is immeasurable, and so I'm 100% in support of this, and think anything we can do to help them with their cause and their cause is just crucial to this coastal community. So thank you very much.
We ought to do a retreat at the Nueces Delta Preserve, because we could all, the educational, we're just glossing over it in interest of time, but the educational programs that you do, and
unbelievable.
It really is just unbelievable. So thank you for waiting patiently, but I want you to know that
or not patiently, but thank you for waiting.
But thank you for waiting. But we want to make this. So I did hear a motion on both, and can I get a second? Thank you, and all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. You are on our agenda, and we will activate it like today.
Thank you all very much.
See you guys in Austin with us.
I'll tell you what, Joel Romo's already on the hunt.
What now? Joel Romo? Great. Yeah, you all make us look good, just so you know. When I'm asking for really hard stuff, I throw in, and have you heard about Coastal Bend Basin Estuaries? So, thank you. Okay. He had to leave, and we tried, but, so I won't go out of order. Still stay on 5. Discuss and consider creating a Nueces County Advisory Committee on better health outcomes to review public health concerns of the county and make periodic recommendations to the Commissioners Court. This, Commissioners, is something that I added on the agenda, and it would be to create an ad hoc committee. Today, the only action before you is saying that you would move to create such a committee, and then I would propose that you and I collectively, all of us, work in forming this committee. I did a little bit of research through we have great staff here, and so there are 2 committees that are already in existence. I want to share with you so that you know that we're not being duplicitous here. There is one that's basically the previous, what we all know is MHMR. I know there's new words, but then you say them and no one knows what you're talking about. It's called Mental Health and the Nueces Center for Mental Health and Intellectual Disabilities. Okay, that's the former MHMR. Okay, they have a board, but their duties are to MHMR. So I don't feel like that one has anything to do with what we're trying to do here. So I'm going to put that one down. There is also a board on regional health awareness, and they're supposed to assess communication models to share information in health awareness decision-making. And there's 3 members of that board, Dr. Bergen, Dr. Yadyaga, and Dr. Guest. And there's a lot of other composition to the board. I've never seen this board come and report to us at all. I've asked and inquired. I'm going to go to the 3rd one. There's a Citizens Advisory Board on Health and Welfare between the City of Corpus Christi and the county. And this is really basically a partnership so that Public Health and Human Services has a citizens board to work with those departments. That's what exists today, Commissioners. What I am looking for is really no different. I know it's different, but if you can remember the spirit of what Noe just said about long-term strategies, about goals, about thinking about the future and being prepared, that is exactly what I'm thinking about when I ask you to discuss and consider creating a committee on better health outcomes. All counties are ranked nationally, every state, and there's like 100 different root metrics that they use. You can actually get online and just Google Nueces County health ranking outcomes, and we're 192 out of 254 counties in Texas for the outcome of lives. Those are not a certain socioeconomic life. That's your life. It's my life. It's our life. So, and we need to make some decisions as leaders on what we think about that. And I personally am not happy about it. And so I have been inspired by some of the efforts in Central Texas to state forth a vision, goals, and a plan for implementation, execution, and accountability. And I'd like to set those goals for the next 5 years. And this ad hoc would work as our tentacles, because we can't do everything and be everywhere, to create these goals. I envision maybe reaching out to these 3 boards that already exist and asking them to participate, because they bring a very specific piece of the pie. One was mental health and intellectual disabilities, one was communication, and the other one was health, our version of health services and social services. But I'm really thinking about working with our hospitals, working with our hospital district, and some of here's a novel thought, our experts in our community, so that we can say we want more, we deserve more, and we need more. And we need to say it out loud, what our goals are. And I'm really hoping that I could put a 90-day cap on this. I know that's quick, but there's no secret that we lack in behavioral health. We lack in adolescent behavioral health. So many important issues, and I'm ready to tackle them and and ask for your assistance. And I think we need an ad hoc committee that would meet here so they have access to us and report back to us in 90 days so that we can have 5 goals for 5 years. And we're never probably going to get a medical school, but we can have health centers of excellence here that can be teaching institutions that would do for us what it did for Central Texas. The model is ours for the taking if we're courageous enough to say that we want it. And so I ask for your consideration of and Tyner really helped me on this, Nueces County Advisory Committee on Better Health Outcomes. Maybe we'll shorten it.
So move.
Thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez. Thank you, Commissioner Vaughn. All in favor signify by saying, any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay. Go ahead. I do have it in front of me somewhere. I think it's right here. Commissioners, the 6th is really why I wanted Ian to stay, but we're going to call him, and I've given him heads up, but I was hoping for him to hear discussion on this. Today, you're receiving one-page information on Chapter 381 of the Government Code. Happens to be my favorite section of the Government Code. Not too many exciting things there, but in this regard, there is something exciting. There are very few tools in the toolbox that counties are given as opposed to municipalities. This is one that we are granted in the local government code. It was sort of the precursor to economic development corporations, but it was very focused into one county, not a regional approach. This is called the Industrial Commission. Again, not a favorite name of mine, but we can always brand or DBA it something different. In fact, it was suggested, I don't know if Tyner came up with this too, but I had one suggestion calling it the Nueces County Industrial Technology and Commerce Commission. The idea is to address both your concern of not being broad and diverse and my concern that we're not doing enough to promote Nueces County commerce. I think Ian is doing a great job. I would echo all the things that were said about the Economic Development Commission, but I can tell you one thing, and that is that that $60 billion of investment, most of it is not in our county. And I believe that we need to and want to reverse that trend. And this is an opportunity to help Ian with some of those. You saw how he ranked them Class A, Class B, and Class Cs. Well, I would submit to you there's Class D, E, and F, and they're in different industries, and they're at different levels. And again, Ian's job is to put blinders on and to bring the client to the best place in the region that they do the preferred site selection. But if we don't make an abrupt effort to really focus on Nueces County commerce, I'm afraid that the growth that you see is growth that does not benefit our tax base.
Judge, I don't mean to cut you off.
Absolutely.
You kind of had me at hello. So
Oh, great.
I think this is a great idea. I think anything that we can do to
Awesome.
help promote in Nueces County specifically, I don't think it will take away from the EDC. I think
Good.
we can work.
I was worried that you all might think that, but I
don't see it
wanted.
that way. I really don't. I think
Good.
we can work in conjunction with. I think this is a great idea, and anything that we can do to focus the efforts on Nueces County, and we can work out the particulars as we go along.
Yeah.
But I think it's a great idea.
Awesome.
I would move creation of this.
That's
I
very
agree.
exciting.
I agree. I am so glad to see that you're taking some of these tough issues and just really getting the ball rolling. So I fully support this.
And I really need your help as we formulate it because time is of the essence. And so I think I'd ask for, by the way, go ahead and read this. Tyner's kind of he's got some understanding of how we go about doing it that you can bring.
Well, we were careful about the language, and I got with the county attorney, and actually, Judge, you make the appointments.
Okay, I know, but okay, thank you, but I definitely would love to hear your input. And
Judge, and we'll be, I think
Thank you.
it would be cool to, maybe, and it's your call, but to open it up and let people apply, and
Sure.
and we can certainly make some suggestions, and if it's
Sure.
a county judge does it, that's great. I mean,
That's great. And we all had some amazing port applications. I'm not trying to single you out, Dan, but you really do come to mind when I see something like this. And don't think of this as we've got a lot more discussion here, but there is some exciting things that we could accomplish together if we had the right folks focusing right here in Nueces County. So with that, got a motion from Commissioner Chesney and second from Vaughn. And all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, great. Maria, would you mind taking us through grants? We've already done number 3.
So the first item that we have is an MOU that we had actually, we had it on the agenda at the last meeting. It just was not ready for final execution, so we now have it. The county has applied for the Department of Defense's Innovative Readiness Training. Again, we had discussed some improvements to the fairgrounds parking lot since it's an emergency staging area, and then also for the Army to do some surveys out in the colonias and kind of getting the counts and things like that for us. So we've submitted the application. Texas A&M University, their Colonias program has, they're familiar with the program, so the MOU is basically just kind of getting their kind of expertise on this particular program to assist the county with kind of moving forward if we are funded, which it's looking pretty positive that we're going to be funded out of June, July of next year.
Is there any
So moved.
motion? Second.
And Judge, just what we mentioned the last time, I mean, this is a game changer. When you talk about being able to provide services to the colonias in our county, we can't do it. We know we have a strained budget, but we obviously need and owe it to these neighborhoods to try to find every resource we can to provide to them. And so with the federal government being able to come in and partner with us, then this will be little or no cost at all to the county. It will be tremendously a game changer in many parts of Nueces County. And once again, if you have any questions on it, look up Webb County or Hidalgo County. They have already worked through this program with the IRT and the military and the A&M Colonias program. And they have done tremendous work. They've dealt with issues from water and roads to medical services and so many others. And so they kind of sought us out. And so we, like I said the last time, we have our foot in the door with this first project, but it means possibly going into other areas as well that, once again, won't be much of a financial burden on us at all, and our citizens will be able to benefit from it. So it's a great program.
Awesome.
I think it's about 2 years in the making that we've been kicking this thing around. It was going to cost some money, but, we buy the material, but the labor is always the most expensive. So, and they will provide all the labor. So, we provide the material, they'll do the labor. So, which is really a win-win situation here for, especially the Colonia areas. And this is really one of our biggest concerns is how do we get to the colonias and how do we help those people?
And Judge, you met the major that had came and took a tour, and we were told we had 2 days to apply for it, and Maria and the grants got on it, and they submitted all that we needed to do and got us in the door. So we thank you so much.
Yeah, really. I mean, I sent you an email last night. I meant every word. I mean, I try not to play favorites. I am just so happy with your efforts, and Natalie, your efforts. I mean, and I know you have somebody else in your office. I actually said, is there anybody else? And you said, it's vacant. I mean, the power of 2 here, it's incredible. So, yes, thank you. We're very happy. So anyway, that's our discussion. We have a motion and a second. If there's any, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Our second item, we have some representatives from the Coastal Bend Wellness Foundation to discuss this. And I'll have them come up, and I have also Elizabeth with the District Attorney's Office.
Okay.
So the interlocal agreement is not ready. We're actually not going to do that, but I do want to kind of highlight this program and the partnership between the county and the Red Cord Diversion Program. So with that, I'll give you Allison Johnson. She is
Wonderful.
With the Coastal Bend Wellness Foundation.
But just for clarification, we are going to table any execution of any agreement. Okay, just for the clerks. All tabled. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I just want to briefly introduce our diversion program, and I will defer to Elizabeth on any questions to the District Attorney's Office. The Red Cord Initiative is a community-based prostitution diversion program dedicated to providing practical, emotional, and social support for those involved in sex work through the mobilization and engagement of community partnerships. This program addresses the myriad behavioral, social, and psychological problems and circumstances they have faced throughout their lifetime, which have contributed to their involvement in prostitution. Eligible participants are diverted into case management services, which provides them a comprehensive, holistic approach to coordinating social and ancillary services. The vision of Red Cord is that every client reaches their full potential and lives a healthy, productive, drug-free, and non-criminal lifestyle. Following successful completion of the diversion program, those with eligible prostitution charges can have their charges dismissed, and the participant is given the opportunity to re-enter mainstream society free of the criminal justice system. Red Cord proposes to evaluate the effectiveness of a grant through this grant application to evaluate the effectiveness of the diversion program in reducing criminal recidivism. We're also looking at we believe that this program is a more positive alternative to incarceration and prosecution of individuals identified with sex work. We've had this program since 2013. Since then, we've identified 212 individuals who've been engaged in sex work. A little less than half of them were eligible, and a little less than half of them have been accepted. We are very successful. Our motto is for the sake of one. We've had 19 individuals graduate from our program and have their charges dismissed, and they live 100% more effective, more productive. When you mentioned better health outcomes, this is our main goal, is giving these members an opportunity. This program started with a collaboration of Nueces County District Attorney's Office, CCPD, and other social services agency. So we're excited. This program has never received any funding. We've piecemealed it through our collaborations, and then now we're excited to have the opportunity to put some funds to this program. So I'll just give Elizabeth the opportunity to present on behalf of the District Attorney's Office, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Is this Judge Galvan's also? Yes, the
Yes.
program I'm familiar. Yes. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, thank you.
Hi.
Elizabeth Tagle with the District Attorney's Office. And Judge Galvan is our champion with the
That's
judges.
what I thought.
Yes, for this, and unfortunately she isn't able to be here this week, or today. But I've been involved in this program since I arrived at the DA's office about 2 years ago, and saw the need here and was really excited to be involved. And so the part that the DA's office plays is every quarter or every 3 months we have these Jane Stings and John Stings, where we're bringing the people that we arrest on the streets through the undercover stings. And like Allison Johnson said, there are a number of other community partners that are there that engage these people in services, education, healthcare, clothing, food, anything that they might need. And I'm just really excited to be involved. We evaluate them. The DA's office is the first step in evaluating them, whether or not they'd be accepted into our program. And then once we decide that we would accept them into the program, and that's based on their criminal history. We wouldn't take any violent offenders, so we just review their history, decide whether or not they would be a good candidate, and then Allison also evaluates them whether or not they'd be a good candidate for the program. So it's kind of like a two-step process, and once that happens and they're enrolled in the program, and their case is kind of put like on this hiatus status, where we're informing the court they're continuing to participate in the program, and at the end, upon successful completion of the program, their cases are dismissed, along with depending on other charges that they might have. So if they have theft charges or drug charges, if they've successfully completed, drug classes and different classes that have address those problems, we'll get those cases dismissed also. So that's the role that the District Attorney's Office plays in this program, and we've had a lot of success, and we're hoping to expand the program with this grant that Allison is applying for. And so we'd be a grant recipient should we be awarded to expand what we're already doing.
Great.
So
thank you for the information. We look forward to that agreement when you present it to us. This time, I'm moving to number 4, which is the submission of the grant to the Governor's Office Criminal Justice Division for Truancy Prevention Initiatives.
So Judge Joe Benavides, this is kind of his brainchild. So he is in Austin this week, so he's not able to be here, so I'm probably going to jumble this up a little bit. But he would like to submit an application to the Governor's Office for the Nueces County Truancy Prevention Initiative. He would like to partner with CCISD in getting an expert, like presenter, to speak on truancy and its effect on society and families. He did get a quote for, so the application will be in the total of $37,500. It does not require a cash match. Again, it would just be partnering with CCISD to go through, I think, to present to
Moves.
Miller High School.
I move, but this is more like a prevention education
Yes.
speakers going to different schools, talking to basically parents about truancy and how to do the child. So it's a good program. I don't have a problem. I'll move.
Okay, I've got a motion. I think I heard a second over there. Thank you for that. And all in favor signify by saying aye for this grant. Aye. All opposed, same sign.
And Judge, there
Yes?
was, on the motion to table, there was,
The interlocal?
yeah, you need to take action.
Oh, yeah.
Motion to table 3.
Oh, I see. We didn't vote on the tabling. Okay, I'll go back to two. I'll go back to two, please.
2.
And I've got a motion by somebody.
Second.
Who was the motion? Okay, great. Motion second. All in favor to table the interlocal agreement signify by saying aye. Aye. Thank you.
Item number 5 under grants, and I have Natalie that's going to kind of hand out this little brief on the
Right.
Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Funding. So the Texas General Land Office has allocated funds all over the state. The Coastal Bend Council of Governments had to go through a method of distribution process, and has now announced that the county, Nueces County, has 2 allocations, one for local buyout and acquisition, that's in the tune of $1.3 million, and then we have local infrastructure monies allocated to Nueces County in the tune of $4.6 million. So the top handout would be about the local buyout and acquisition program. Kind of wanted to open up the discussion. We do have an April 30th deadline, so I wanted to give y'all brief, overview of how the program's going to work, some of the requirements that are tied to this funding. So hopefully at next court, we can actually talk specific project ideas. So local buyout and acquisition, we do have to pick one or the other. We either do buyout or we do acquisition. Both of these programs, depending on whichever one we choose, they both have some caveats to that money. So the first one is that the project would have to meet the 70% low to moderate income national objective. So in other words, $915,000 of this local buyout and acquisition money has to be used in areas that have more than at least 51% of low to moderate income persons. So we do have to keep that in mind. If we do buy out the homes that we would be buying out, if we choose to pursue this program, they have to have been impacted by Hurricane Harvey. We kind of have to determine a disaster, what they call a disaster risk reduction area. So we kind of have to be area specific. Homes have to be impacted by Hurricane Harvey. It has to be single-family residences and vacant lots only. And then if we do buy out that property, it has to be maintained in perpetuity as open space, recreational space. So in other words, we can do a park, floodplain, or a wetland. And then for the buyout program specifically, we can use pre-disaster or post-disaster property values. It is recommended we use for the buyout program, we use pre-disaster because that's going to, obviously, if they're low to moderate income persons, the pre-disaster value will give them more of an incentive for us to buy them out. Acquisition is a little more complicated. It's going to require closing and transfer of title. We would have to get, probably a title company or something involved if we choose to do acquisition. And that one, you have to be very, very specific. If you are going to redevelop on that land, we have to know exactly what that redevelopment will be. So for local infrastructure, it also has the 70% low to moderate income national objective requirement. So we have to use at least $3.2 million in low to moderate income areas. Again, at least 51% of the population in whether we do a census tract or we do door-to-door surveys, that's a little more paperwork intensive. We do have to meet those objectives. It has to be urgent need, or the project would have to prevent or eliminate slums and blight.
Oh, yeah, I have a question.
Sure.
Who's going to handle this project?
It would be our office. Yeah. We can choose to self-administer. Honestly, if we're talking buyout and acquisition, that's going to require a little more expertise as far as, property titles, and we would probably have to contract out for something like that.
Just so you know, having just been a part of the voluntary relocation program for the Hillcrest community, I can tell you that you would need a lot of things. Having said that, today is just a day to receive information. Maybe what we should do is figure out which program we think might be beneficial. And it's good money on the table, and but I think we have to do some thinking, right? Some soul searching
Definitely,
there.
which is why I kind of wanted to give you all these bullet points. I didn't want to overload you. I mean, the application guidance is, like 60-something pages, and I didn't want to bore you with all of that. So from me reading those 60-something boring pages, I kind of came up with these kind of bullet points, again, for y'all to start the discussion. And, obviously I would have reached out to each one of you, but in the essence of time, I feel like doing an agenda item here would be the
I want to make
best.
sure we don't bog you down.
Is there
Your
ad-
office is already, you guys are doing your 2 right now, you bet 3 later, but I don't know, your office don't have time to do all that.
Well, no, and it's not that you couldn't do it, it's just very complicated.
It is.
There's
It
a
is.
lot of laws that, so let me ask you this, do these CDBG have a admin component to them? Do they provide for admin expenses?
So for local buyout and acquisition, administrative expenses are capped at 2% of the 1.3 million.
Because
But-
we could subcontract, for example, with the company that's actually doing it, that's a professional and has a complete system in place.
So right now, from the way I understand it, right now, I think the idea is to kind of come up with a game plan. And
Okay.
that's kind of our application to submit. To actually start running the program, I think that's considered like project delivery fees, and that's still capped at 10%, but it's something. So I think at this point, we just kind of need to know, first of all, for local buyout and acquisition specifically, we need to decide, do we just do buyouts? Do we just do acquisitions? I personally think buyouts are a little easier. The requirements are a little more lenient. Again, we must be mindful that, the property is going to remain open space or a park or, just.
Commissioners, although I don't know, do you have to have action today? Are we on a time?
No,
crunch?
we don't need action today. Again, I was just kind of going to put it out there that this is the discussion that needs
Got
to
it.
be happening amongst yourselves, to come to me. I mean, obviously, we want to find a project that's beneficial for the entire county. It's and again, the low to moderate income objective kind of throws everything a little off. I mean, I'd love to say we can do, 10 projects and 1 in each precinct, and that's just kind of not how this particular program is going to work.
Hurricane didn't hit in all 3 precincts.
Exactly,
Um,
exactly.
Stephanie, can we just talk about this maybe afterwards? I mean, if there's benefit, I'm interested. I think we need to get and we have the resources, they're here in town. I mean, Dale Richardson Associates was hired by the Port of Corpus Christi to do this very thing. We have experts. I think they would come give free advice on how they would view something like this. So I'm ready to get some expert opinions to help us make a good decision.
We need a motion to table?
Yeah, well, she said we don't have to do anything, so that's good. Okay, so what about the last one with Primavera Estates subdivision? The feasibility study.
Okay, so the Texas Association of Resource Conservation and Development Areas, and again, this is just receiving information, has identified $20,000 in available funding. They've had the Colonia Primavera Estates on there, which is, I think, southwest of Robstown. They've kind of had it on their radar. They had some funding available through TCEQ, their supplemental environmental funds, and they are willing to pay for a feasibility study for Primavera Estates. The issue with that colonia is there's water lines kind of all around the colonia, but not in that specific colonia. They're either on water wells, or they're bringing in their own water, or they're using their neighbor's well. So this study, which again, it's not going to be paid for by any county funds, the Texas Association, the RC&D is willing to pay for the study, but it will be helpful in looking at future funding for Primavera Estates. So I don't know if Commissioner Mott we kind of brought this.
I think you hit on all of it, and thankfully, LNV has been a part of this project previously, so they're going to be working with the RCD on this to help develop or analyze the capacity, and so I think that goes a long way when you have a local partner who's already invested in part of the planning to be able just to jump right in and finish that up for us. So Dan, we thank you all for doing that and jumping in, and I know that Jerry with RC&D had mentioned that y'all were the group. You have anything you want to share with?
Dan Leindecker, president of LNV. The really great news about this is not county money. This is money coming from the outside into the county, and it's in an area that we've already kind of touched on, and so we're pretty familiar with it, and it grants us a chance to bring all the different funding that is out there and back to a CIP, Judge. This will be help with the CIP of all the investment that will need to be made over time in order to get them on the water system.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Dan.
Did you move?
Let me see. This one is just
information.
received. This is also received. Yeah. So we're good.
So thank you all
We
on that.
just
Great
wanted
work.
to let you know that that was happening, because, once the study is done, we have to get creative on funding for Primavera Estates just because it falls under kind of outside your regular funding. So
Good deal.
it's going to be very, very helpful.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So appreciate
I
it.
agree with that one.
Juan, sorry, Michael and Edward, come on up. We're going to be discussing now and approving a change order for ADA modification on Hilltop. We're getting through it, guys. I'm feeling it too.
Where's lunch?
I know it. Didn't I promise?
You did.
Okay, we need to, I do feel terrible about that. We need crackers or something. Okay.
Morning,
Edward.
Judge, Commissioners. I'm here with Dan Langdecker again. This is one of our projects that's been going on for almost a year now. He managed to take this over from Jim Coppin when Coppin decided he was going to retire, and they've done a really good job for us. Essentially, we are looking at a deductive change order which is a good one, for about $18,000 over there at the Hilltop Community Center.
Thank you, Edward. It's a deductive change order, so we're subtracting from the total amount of the contract, even though we had some additions in there. To do some more work, it came out overall as a deductive change order in the range of about $18,000.
You're just amazing today. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
That's why he stuck around. He likes
Man.
it. He's doing deductive change
You
orders.
know what?
He wouldn't have stuck around if it was an additional one, yeah.
Nothing but happiness.
The one thing I might add too, Judge, is that the closeout date is on the 28th of February.
Okay.
So we'll be bringing you the closeout documents on
To sign.
March. So we'll be getting a letter from Dan and them saying that we're in the process. We've already done some walkthroughs already through the building with his staff. And they're little hiccup, but we'll take care of it.
Commissioner Vaughn, I don't know. I yield to you.
Y'all have done a great job. You really have out there overseeing it, and I know we had some additional costs, but you did do some savings, and I just want to tell the court, there will be one more that comes to us, but it's something that can't be helped, and we didn't have time to do it in order to close out. So we're going to have to use about $4,000 of that as savings
Yes, ma'am.
to fix some rails out there that aren't, but that will be coming later.
These rails showed up a week ago Monday. They didn't meet the requirement, so it was one of those last-minute ones that we found.
Got
But
it.
we're wrapping it up.
Great news.
Motion to approve.
And I need a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Okay, Michael, we're now going to go into some purchasing. If you'd start us off with the jail item.
Okay, first item we have is discuss and award laundry supplies for the Nueces County Jail. This is a service that provides the jail with dispensers that dispense into the machines there, laundry detergent, bleach, softener, neutralizer. The term of the contract is a 36-year, 36-month, 36 years. That'd be a great contract, right?
Making sure we're awake over
I like
here.
that contract, please.
Hope you're here.
Now we're all awake. Okay, 36 months with 2 additional years past the initial term renewals that are available. We're coming to the end of the current contract. It's expiring in April. And we did receive 6 bids. We recommend award to the low bidder, Diamond Chemical Company. And it's up for y'all's discussion and if y'all have any questions.
Are there any questions, commissioners?
No.
Okay,
Go move.
and I need a second.
Second.
All those in favor of awarding the bid to Diamond signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign. Okay, and now let's move to the paving improvements for Saratoga Boulevard to County Road 26.
35.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is County Road
County Road
35
35.
paving improvements from Saratoga to
Before you
County
go
Road.
any further, Michael, I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to table this. Okay? I want to thank, purchasing and Edward and Juan and everybody. You know, we've spent a lot of time on this and really, but I think there's ways we can probably save a little more money here, maybe 30,000 or so. So I've been looking at everything and we've gone through it. I think we need to sit down and really look at everything we have and try to maybe save, we can save 30,000, we'll save 30,000.
Good.
So, but anyway, I'm going to go ahead and table this till we get reviewed some more.
Okay, we have a motion to table in a second. Any further discussion? I'm going to yield to your expert, your understanding of the issue, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, and now to the solid waste collection for coastal parks.
Okay, this is a contract to furnish Nueces County Coastal Parks with solid waste containers and regularly scheduled disposal of accumulated solid waste services located at county coastal park properties. The initial term is for a 24-month period with an option to renew. Each renewal will be in 12-month increments, not to exceed 3 additional years past the initial term. We received 2 bids, and we recommend award to the low bidder, Absolute Waste Services, who is actually the current provider.
Wow, that's a big difference in those 2 bids, isn't it?
And the only thing, well, let me get a motion, then I'll go to discussion. Can I get a motion? And do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, and now discussion. Commissioner Chesney, my only thought here is on the time period of the contract, given the discussion that I heard Coastal Parks have at their last board meeting and the collaboration that they wish to seek with the city. And it concerns me a little bit just from, I would have to look at the contract, Lauda, but basically there's been discussion, commissioners, about efficiency and kind of a will. I know that's been talked about for years about how we can do a better job of making city and county solid waste disposal work better out there. We're going to be locked in now for 2 years, but Commissioner, what is your thought on this?
That's a good point. And this was a 2-year?
This is a 2-year deal.
Is it up?
There's a decrease from the previous arrangement. I think the previous one was around 195,000. This one's coming in at 117. So it's
I mean, the price is great, and I just need to know if we can, we're going to have to take the lead, is what I'm saying. If we go with this, Commissioner, I think that this court needs to take the lead with the city to see if there's a possibility. Again, the idea for everyone is that, you look to the left and you got a blue trash can. You look to the right, you got a green trash can. I mean, it's a complete inefficient system, and it seems like we've known about it, we've talked about it, but somehow I just like this combo right here. I think we can get it done.
It's a,
But we'd have to take the lead if we sign this contract.
yeah, and the impetus in the meeting, Judge, has been, it's certainly been trash, but it's also been just cleaning in general. The whole, they're trying to wrap it into a big package of
Okay.
how do we swap areas that we clean with areas they clean. They've got money for trash pickup. It probably bodes a pause for a minute. I don't know how fast we can get it done, to be honest with you. When is the current contract?
It expires March 18th.
March 18th, okay.
I don't know if we can, I don't know. I don't know that we're not going to still come right back around to this anyway.
Yeah,
because-
that's right.
But-
I mean, I'm for the process. I bring it to everyone's attention because
good question.
this is something we're going to have to look at.
It's a good point. Let's just table it till next meeting and see if, because I think you and I have got a meeting. Well, I'm not sure. You and I have got a meeting with the Coastal Parks reps coming up between now and the next meeting.
Right.
I don't know if by March 18th, we're going to be able to get it done with the city, and the contract expires on March 18th. So I don't know what you.
And for the
Just
perspective,
so y'all know,
Yeah.
the provider is the same.
oh, great. Well, that helps a lot.
I get that. I mean,
Issue of a different.
No, but that's a huge,
do we have a holdover clause in the current contract?
Yeah, they continue on a month-to-month after that.
Okay.
Remember, this is going to be similar to what we faced out.
No, no.
My part of the county.
No, it's
With
not.
the same company.
Right.
And
Right.
we can go through this exercise. I'm not saying that we don't, because I think it's very timely that we do talk about partnerships and taking the lead on this. But also, say we go worst-case scenario,
Yeah, I know.
then we're stuck with 3 days, almost similar to the program that we
Except
had.
we weren't switching.
We weren't switching, no, but you still, I mean, that issue can come up. I mean, we could say, well, let's go out for this or that, and I mean, as long as it's provided in the contract as far as holdover and there's not a question or issue and we're not replacing them, I just want to remind the court that, we kind of got into that problem the last time, and I just worry. Because it turned out okay, but it could have definitely gone bad,
No,
and we would have been in a
According to
bad
Bill
spot.
Davis, he says there's no holdover in the existing contract. It's only in this.
See, that's
It's
the
only
thing.
what?
Our previous contracts never had the holdover, Judge, and now they do. Our language was never included, they never included that before in any of these solid waste contracts. So there was no holdover.
Okay, I'm gonna still make a motion to table it, because I do think the judge has a good point, and maybe you can have a conversation with the mayor.
Yeah.
And see if you believe they can get anywhere. When's our next meeting? March what?
It's March 12th. For the bidder, the recommended bidder in the room, I want to assure you,
Yeah, we're not going in a different direction.
I'm not going in a different direction at all. My goal is that for the first time in a long time, there's actually a will and I think it's very, very feasible that you would even be happier because there would be some efficiency out there. Because every governmental entity has protocols, right? Our protocols are probably not the same exact protocols that the city has, but they articulated it to me with specificity. Could you get this done? And I wanted to come to you yesterday. I just couldn't get to it, but
Yeah,
if you could just,
want us to be cognizant of
no. And just so you know,
the amount of time that we have to start a new contract.
right,
This is just an award today, and then we still have to go through getting.
negotiations.
Coming back, and so
There's
I
no
don't know.
negotiations.
No, there's no negotiations, but it's just bringing the contract back.
Bringing the contract back.
And to get anything done,
Well-
the city's going to take a while.
Okay, but,
That's
all right,
gonna
so
take
Laura,
So maybe,
Laura, how do we do this that doesn't bind us, that keeps the process going? Because I think the judge has a valid point. I don't know that I think we're gonna get anywhere in a timely enough manner to not still do this contract, but I don't 100% know that we won't. And she brings a valid point on it.
Well, right now, you're not bound because you're not making a decision other than tabling it.
Right, but
That would be the proper thing.
but can we award and then bring this issue up in contract? Not really because of the RFP, the way it's stated.
Well, the IFB, but it's probably not good practice.
Okay, let me just offer something. Here's what let me just say, Michael, to give you a little comfort. The realism is today is what, February 11? Okay, 12th, okay, and then the next one is March 12th? 13th, okay. So my point is that it is highly unlikely with the beast of the legislative agenda that we have, that we're going to be waiting 4 weeks. Not just the way the calendar worked out, but I can almost guarantee we're going to have, even if it's a quick meeting, a meeting in between there, okay? And I'd work with you guys on schedule. If that is acceptable to you, I would just like a little bit of opportunity to give them a time. I'm saying in 2 weeks is really what I'm saying, Commissioners.
Judge, I'm
Do
fine.
you like that?
I'm fine giving you the time. I do think we've got a calendar problem because it's all the way to March 13th. So if you're willing to have a special meeting and if we need to and the commissioners are okay with that, then I certainly am willing to give you a little time on this because I think anything we can do to make things more efficient, we need to look at because it's, it's taxpayer money.
Well, it'd be a shame if they offered and then we said, oh, by the way, we just blew that off. I feel like it's a chance, and we'll know very quickly if there's a real interest or not. I will not be wasting time, and I want to make sure the bidder knows this is an effort to really help.
So maybe, can we table it to a time certain then so that everybody's a little more comfortable, maybe like a 2-week time certain?
A 2-week time certain so that you know.
That means we have to come back in time certain and have a special meeting, and so I'm happy to look at a calendar now and do that if everybody can do that, but.
There's a calendar right there to your bottom right.
I gotcha. Thank you.
I mean, if that's okay with you, Judge Bishop.
The 27th is the day at the Capitol. A bunch of people are going to be going to Austin. I can tell you that much.
I'm not.
Me either.
Oh, yeah, never mind.
Oh, yeah, I am too, actually.
That's Coastal Bend Day.
Yeah, I may go to that one.
Yes, Coastal Bend Day on the 27th.
What about,
Is-
would Monday, the 25th in the morning work
Yes, sir.
for everybody? And I'm sure there might be a few other things that the judge may want to put on the agenda or somebody else may
Maggie,
want to
would
put.
you mind checking our calendar? I don't happen to have that one in front of me for Monday, the 25th.
Is that good? I think she means check, yeah. I don't know.
Well, I'll make it work.
Is that okay?
I think
Okay.
it's going to work.
So I would move that we table this to Monday, the 25th at 10 a.m. to give the judge the opportunity to visit with the
Yeah.
mayor or whoever she deems appropriate, and know that I think there is a will, because Greg Smith and I have been talking about this for a long time and just can't get it to move forward for whatever reason. It's not us. I mean, I will tell you again, Judge Laura and her staff have given me briefs on all this. We've talked about this. There's nothing on our end that's holding it up that I know of. So it's really going to be if you can get the will of the city to move forward. And I don't mean to throw them under the bus. That's not the point. I'm just saying there's nothing stopping this from happening on our end.
Okay. I feel like I have a directive, and so we have a motion to table with the time specified as required under the rule, and I think I'm waiting on it just a second. And Commissioner Gonzalez seconded, and so without any further discussion, okay, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
We'll get this accomplished in a very time-efficient manner.
That was February 25th at 10 a.m., I believe. I just wanted to confirm that.
Hold on a minute, and I apologize. I'm looking at, that is the grand opening for that AEP. Big
Oh, that's important.
So, and I know everybody
Well,
wants to go
it's
to
just
that,
a time
so
then we need to switch.
Can I say, we'll say 1:30 or 2 o'clock that afternoon? Would that-
We all need to do the AEP if we can.
Yeah, I don't, huh? I'm saying, so I need to rescind my motion to amend, to rescind and amend, to rescind and amend. However you'd like me to do that, Ms. County Attorney. I would motion to amend the time to 2 p.m. on Monday, the 25th, instead of 10 a.m.
Okay.
Second.
I'll signify in favor by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're set. It's 1:30. Okay, thank you. And Michael, we'll work. There's got to be a file. We've got to make it all, I'm going to need some backup data. Okay, thank you.
And we can get you that.
Great.
Yep.
To finish up before our last item, we have Dale, who has a change order, and it's to the budget, and it can be found in E1. Dale?
Yes, Your Honor. Budget change order number 9 is a real small budget change order. There's 4 departments in the general fund, one for the stadium, fairgrounds, the airport. For the general fund, the largest one is the judge's office. They needed temporary employees information until they were able to fill their office. The funds were available due to the transfers. For the fairgrounds, they're going to do some patching of the parking lot for some potholes they may have. They'll also buy some equipment for their facilities, some stuff that they use throughout the fairgrounds. For the airport, they needed to have an alarm system put in the new terminal building, so that's what the budget transfer they're doing. The funds are available for these transfers, and I submit this for your approval.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Motion and a second, and any discussion on this matter? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay. I need to read some magic language. At this time, it is 1:20, and the Commissioners Court is electing to go into executive session as authorized by Government Code Vernon's Texas Sections 551, 071, 072, 073, 074, 745, 076, 086, and 087. We're going to be we'll be holding this executive session to consult with attorney, including matters relating to litigation, real property, prospective gifts, personnel matters, including termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, economic development negotiations, and other matters that may be discussed in executive session. Upon completion, we will come back into open session and take appropriate action as required. Thank you so much. We are out at 1:21. Do we want to do it now or later? Yeah, that'd be great. Yes, all mics now off.
No.
Okay, I'm going to turn all mics on, and we're going to go back on the record at 2 o'clock. We're out of executive session, and at this time, we have no action to take out of executive session, and I would begin our process of adjournment in memory of. And Commissioner Chesney, do you have anybody?
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
I just want to mention our David Noyola, the former city commissioner and councilman, who passed away at the age of 61. And not only that, but David was a tough but gentle giant. And, you know, he always tells you what he felt. And he was a diehard Democrat, and he would tell you that also. And his place was in Molina. He was advocate for the Molina neighborhood and the Molina Park and the Veterans Park in Molina. So our prayers and condolences go to the family and wish him the best. And I know that they're going to miss the giant. The other one I have is Gabe Rodriguez. Passed away September 28th as he was home watching the football game. He was 38 years old. His parents are Samuel Rodriguez and Mary Lou Diaz Rodriguez. He was a lifelong resident of Corpus Christi, who encountered, if you encountered him, you would feel Gabe was a volunteer, church elder, and extraordinary person who overcame any obstacles. He accomplished many life goals which he believed to be unattainable by early medical staff. Gabe played many roles in the community, but his life was football. And the day of the Super Bowl is when David was watching football with the family, and he passed away on the couch. Our prayers go out to the family and condolences, and I know he will be missed by everyone, his friends and family.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Vaughn? Commissioner Modis?
Yes, I just also want to comment on David Noyola, just to add on to what's already been said. For me personally, I was a 18-year-old Del Mar College student when I first ran for public office, city council, and I went to go campaign in Molina, and I was told to go find David Noyola. He would be able to tell me all about Molina and politics out there, and so I went and met him and started a friendship. Since 1991, so it's been quite some time, and so really close with the Noyola family, working with Danny Senior and Junior when I was at CCISD on the school board, and of course with Jesse on the city council. But David was a great guy. I would run into him often at the radio station at Magic 104.9, and so just that really hit me hard when I found out about him. I knew he had been in declining health, but just the Noyola family has done so much, and David really was one of the ones that helped start and lead that, and so I just wanted to recognize him and tell him that he would be missed, and my condolences to the family. Of course, to Mrs. Galvan, I know, Judge, you're going to mention more about that, but my condolences to Judge Bobby, Judge Deanna, and of course to Mr. Galvan, who we see very often when we go to the music store for my daughter, so my condolences to them. And then also to Jesse Ramos. He was a former reserve officer with the Nueces County Sheriff's Department, and he passed away suddenly. So my thoughts and prayers and condolences to his family.
Thank you, yes. Also want to echo my condolences to the Noyola family, and I too, all of us that have grown up having some blood on the west side knew and were touched by the Noyolas and their grassroots activism. And right after I won the election, David asked me to come on the radio show, and I got there, and he wasn't there, and he had gone into the hospital, and I left, and he said, "What'd you leave for?" I was coming right back. That was his spirit. So he just was a tremendous force for that neighborhood and always representing his community, and I will remember him fondly. Today I have the sad duty of reading to you the obituary of a friend of our family for so many years. I can honestly say she's somebody that has known me since I was 2 years old. When Judge Bobby and I went to La Escuela de Montessori, she was just a beautiful, elegant woman, someone I always looked up to. Alicia Esther Varela Galvan was 88 and entered internal rest on February 8, 2019. She was born to Salvador Moncada Varela and Angela Gonzalez Varela in San Antonio, Texas, on May 15, 1930. She's preceded in death by her parents and her daughter, Guadalupe Alicia Galvan. Alicia is survived by her loving husband of 54 years, Robert, most of us know him as Bobby Galvan, Maurice Galvan, Sr., and her son, Robert, again, Bobby Maurice Galvan, Jr., her daughter-in-law, Deanne Svoboda Galvan, also a judge. and her granddaughter, Jacqueline Lexi Alicia Galvan, as well as numerous nieces and nephews. She went to high school in San Antonio at Our Lady of the Lake and college at St. Mary's of the Woods in Terre Haute, Indiana, where she earned a degree in English, magna cum laude. During her time in college, she earned her pilot's license and soloed many flights across Lake Michigan. I have to say, I didn't know that. After she returned home from the university, she taught school for a couple of years before moving to Miami, Florida. In Miami, she began working for Burdine's flagship department store. She rose to the head buyer for Burdine's and traveled all over the United States in that capacity. In 1965, she moved to Corpus Christi and married the love of her life, Bobby Galvan Sr. She worked many years alongside Bobby at Galvan Music Company, as well as King Furniture Company and Union Loan and Jewelry. I remember all of them so well. She was a lifelong devoted Catholic, a member of the Society of Mary, and a dame in the Order of the Holy Sepulchre. She enjoyed spending time with her family and will be missed by many. If anyone would like to attend the Rosary, actually, visitation is held, visitation is 5 to 7, the Rosary is at 6. The Mass will be held tomorrow at St. Pius Catholic Church at 10 a.m. And as I said, it makes perfect sense that she worked for a beautiful department store, because she was always just the picture of elegance and grace, and she adored her son, Bobby, and she will just be so missed by so many of us. And we love the Galvans and for all that their family has done to really be an icon and a pillar family for the Coastal Bend in Corpus Christi. Thank you so much. I believe that's all we have at this time, and we adjourn in all of the memories of those departed that we've heard of from today. Do you have a motion to adjourn? And second? And all in favor? Aye. And it's 2:08, and mics are off.